Hello, everyone. Welcome to our usual extravaganza on Wednesdays. This is episode 37. Wow, I can't believe it. Episode 37. Thank you so much for everybody that watches. And I'm looking forward to it as usual because it's the best time of the week, even if my channel is considered boring. But there we are. Uh, so, Delboy, the usual question. What have you been watching?
Well, I don't know about you, but I thought it was episode 47.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I put down the wrong.
So I
You
am
see,
not.
there you
I am
are.
not going. I am not going back and reading the whole of the script from 10 episodes ago because you can get stuff.
It's episode 47. There you are. You see, there's my daft typing errors again. I should check more. But yes, it's episode 47. So I'll change that on archive later. So that
Maybe it would be good to be at episode 37.
Yeah.
Forget the last 10 weeks. Hey.
Yeah.
Episode 37. My God, that'd be before Christmas.
Yeah.
Hey, we'd be going. Hey, you getting anything for Christmas? We'd
Yeah,
be like,
that's true. Yeah.
What have I been watching? To be quite honest, I've had some stuff now start to come through. You know, you've had your Doctor Who box set, like I've had my Doctor Who box set and all of that sort of stuff, and that's all exciting stuff. That means I've got a lot to watch, you know, and all of that. Some people though, Denny pointed out one. There's a picture of the Doctor in one of the episodes sitting at a desk, and his hands are grey. And he said, "Has the Doctor got gloves on?" And I had a look at the picture.
Yeah.
And it looks very much like it's one of those colorized ones, and they forgot to do the colorization of the hands.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. I'll check that out. I didn't see
It's
that.
in my Discord. I just thought I'd mention it because I went, "Oh, bloody hell!"
Yeah.
You don't usually get this. When something's not colorized, it's usually the whole frame, not just the hands.
Yeah.
I mean, does that mean that they hand painted every single frame? I don't know how it works, you see. So you have to excuse me, but I went, bloody hell. So, you know, as much as I've sort of like got a lot of films to watch, I've been really on a kick for Gene Hackman.
Of course.
Really on a kick.
Yeah.
In fact, in my blog, I did a sort of homage to him because from Friday, I watched nothing but Gene Hackman films. And I watched, at that time, I'd watched Crimson Tide, Quick and the Dead, Superman 2, and The Conversation. All good films, don't get me wrong. And, of course, when you go back to work, you've got less time to sort of watch things. But I've watched a couple more. And I watched The French Connection, because you've got to watch The French Connection, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Come on. You know what I mean? That's a fantastic film. You know, 1971. I mean, he won an Oscar for that one. And then I watched The Poseidon Adventure. You know, not so good a film, but one that I remember watching, you know, in my bank holidays. Do you remember The Poseidon Adventure?
Yeah, who doesn't? It's another great film.
And then the other two are sort of like, I think they're well known, but they're not that well known to me. One of them is The Firm.
Oh.
I like a good sort of like courtroom sort of like thing. So
I forgot about that. Good. Yeah.
And then the other one was because I saw an interview with Kevin Costner when he was reminiscing about acting with Gene Hackman. And so the film was No Way Out. Which apparently is a well-known film and one of those ones that's considered a pretty good Gene Hackman film to watch.
Yeah.
1987. I can't quite remember it, you know. So I put it on and I really liked it, you know. Yeah. I mean, Gene Hackman doesn't play a very nice character. You know what I mean? But that's where I think Gene Hackman probably... Now, I'm going to put that out to people out there, right? Do you think Gene Hackman played the best roles when he played an edgy baddie type guy? Or do you think when he played a sort of like guy that's really got good intentions? Because in The Quick and the Dead, he's an evil bastard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I love The Quick and the Dead.
Yeah.
And in Crimson Tide, he's that CEO, isn't he?
Yes.
And that submarine. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't give a shit who you are. We're going to fire bloody nuclear missiles. All right. Stop off. Piss off over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In fact, the only person that likes him in that film is his dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wonder, I wonder whether people think the same as me, which is he really did act well when he had sort of like when he was the nasty guy, you know, got a bit of a dark side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even in the French Connection, he's got dark side. The Conversation. I mean, he's that person who bugs rooms and stuff. I mean, he just goes psychotic at the end. I mean, if you've ever seen the film, you'll see that this apartment he just rips to shreds.
I think that's a very good film. That one, The Conversation.
Oh, I bought the big box set that cost me about 50 quid.
Yeah, I think that's really good. In fact, it might be my favorite of his films. If I was to pick one. I know people say French Connection, but I think that one's so good.
You know, when I got that film and I asked people, what do you think of The Conversation? So many people said, I can't get through that film. I just can't watch it to the end. And I'm going, you what? It's a great film. And I didn't take, you know, like that in a nasty way. It's just I couldn't believe it. I thought everybody liked The Conversation.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, I've mentioned 8 films there. And I'm going to put it out there. Do you think Gene Hackman is acting at his best when he's a bit of a more darker, rantier, nasty character? And I'd like to know what their favorite Gene Hackman film is. Now, Quick and the Dead is near the top for me, right? Quick and the Dead would be pretty much near the top, which is strange because I don't think it would be for most people, right? And I've got a problem with choosing either Unforgiven or The Conversation as my favorite Gene Hackman film. And I know there's the Missouri Breaks and all of that sort of stuff, but I'm going to ask out there, what do you think is your favorite Gene Hackman film? And then we'll see what comes out from it. I mean, there might be about 1 million films bloody mentioned, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to know, you know? But I do think the dark films are, you know, are the best ones. I really do. All right.
Yeah.
So that's sort of like me watching.
Okay.
What
anything else? Watching? Just pure Gene Hackman then. Nothing else.
Yeah, I told you, really.
Yeah.
I've been watching TV, you know, a bit.
Yeah, because I know you sometimes have your late night ones where you're trying to get to sleep and you put on anything on.
Oh well, there was one on last night that I couldn't get to sleep in. It was a horror. It was an absolute awful one of those zombie films, and it had these space slugs in it. There's this frat party going on. And they dare them to go to the morgue and get a dead body and put it outside the front of this girl's dorm or something. And these space slugs had infected these dead people, and they come back to life. But when they release themselves, then they basically attack the living. It was something like the zombie something or other. I can't remember. It was bloody awful. It was from the. It was from the 80s or 90s. It was all I know. It got me to sleep.
Well, that's
you know, it's definitely one of those ones because there's a couple of actors in it that you know just starred in really crap B films.
Yeah.
The other one is you know it's just crying for somebody to go to bed at night. And it's in the girls' dorm room, and you got to see them take their top off, see their nipples or whatever it is, and then put their negligee on. For no reason whatsoever, other than you got to do it. It's a zombie film.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean? And you can imagine the adolescent in you in the 80s going, "Come on, lady, get that top off." You know what I mean?
You would definitely.
And I was just there going, it's just going to happen any minute.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, this girl gets dumped. She goes back into the room. She goes upstairs. She starts to get ready to go to bed. And there she is, taking her top off. And you're going, right, there we are then. There's the bit. And I have to turn around and say, you don't really need it. But that's what it was in the 80s, wasn't it? In horror films, it was always two people fooling around in their teenage life, and some bloke will come along with a knife and stab them, both of them, or something, while they're in their bed, while they're getting up to no good. You know what I mean? It's always or or they've done the deed, and one of them says, "Oh, I'm thirsty now. Go downstairs to the fridge and get me a drink or something." And one by one, they're going to be picked off. Spike or a knife or something, and we just loved it, didn't we? We just loved it.
Of course. Why not? Yeah, why not?
We were shouting at the screen, weren't we? We were going, "No, don't go! Don't split up, you stupid sod! You know you're gonna die. Oh, that's the worst thing you can do is bloody split up and all of this sort of
I mean, that's why the Scream movies are so popular, isn't it? Because in a way they parody all that, really. Scream movies.
But all I'm saying is we loved it, and to be quite honest, when we look back at it, we like it again. Really, it's just you look at it and you go, I just know what's going to happen. I know the beat of it. I know the beat of this film before I even watch it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And you just got to turn around and say, do you know what? If I'd have had the tape of that, I bet you any money the sex scene would be the worn part of the film or something, right? Where somebody's rented it before and it's gotten thin or something because somebody's rewound it and played it again and rewound it and played it again or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? You just know. But I mean, I watched that last night, but I can't remember what it was called. It was Space Zombies or something. I can't remember what it was. Somebody will know. It's got space slugs invading us, and these slugs hide inside your body, and it's all set around a woman's dorm and a sort of like university campus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the police are wondering where all the dead bodies are going. You know what I mean? They've got no idea. How can a dead body move? Oh dear, I wonder what happened. It must be you two policemen. Somebody must have carted them off and all this sort of shit. And you're going, this is awful. This script is bad. You know what I mean? Yeah. They walked out the morgue, didn't they? Yes, they did, because they've got space slugs in them. So anyway, look, I've talked a bit. You carry on.
It's all right.
By the way, girls and boys, I was knackered when I went to work on Thursday. There is absolutely no way in this wide world I'm going to be here till 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah. So it's saying, let's get on with it quicker. Anyhow, you're going to ask me what I watched. Well, first I'll just say that Jamie Muckman Movies, who's in there, thank you so much.
Oh, that bastard!
Yeah, he sent me this, and this is action all the way. Blooming heck! It's there's the Raid and the Raid 2, and the first one, it's this cop. He's a rookie cop, and he's trapped inside this building, and he has to get out. The plots are always quite simple plots, and he's got to get out of this building, and it's watching him get out. And then the Raid 2 is when he goes undercover because and his family have been threatened and all this sort of stuff. And I've not watched any of these kind of films really before. I've seen bits. This is much more sort of hardcore, if you want to call it, martial arts. And what amazes me about it is how well they choreographed. I mean, the what they must put in what they do in these films. Blimey heck, it's all go, it's all non-stop. And no, seriously, it's, you think, crikey, how do they keep doing that? But I suppose these people are really well trained, and the directors know all what they're doing, how to get the best out of, the shots and the actual stuff. It's really amazing stuff. So thank you, Jamie, for sending me this. Then
hang on a minute, hang on, hold your horses a minute. Are you telling me I've got to get,
my phrase,
you telling me I've got to get the calendar out, right? Because Tony York has not sent you a film this week, but somebody bloody else has bought you a bloody movie and sent it to you. What is it with these people in here? Right?
Poor Tony.
1-0 to Ian again, and it's always bloody 1-0 to Ian again because I get sod all. Anyway, carry on.
What else?
I've had my rant.
Yeah, now this I absolutely loved. I watched this last night, and it's a film I do remember well. It's Curse of the Crimson Altar, and this is brilliant. This film is the last film that Boris Karloff made. 6 months after this film,
I question that because
I'm looking on the extras. I was looking on the extras interviews.
Right. I questioned it because Ian Ogilvy was with Boris Karloff in The Sorcerers.
Yes. Now it said in there was a thing that some of the films that came out were after this film. They were posthumous, like they were already in the can. So that's I think explains that. They make that quite clear in the extras on this.
That makes sense, but it's just that Ian Ogilvy, to me, it's just like he's definitely a 70s actor. Do you know what I mean? He was okay, late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah.
I mean, I know him best as the Saint, but I know he appeared in horror films.
Yeah.
But I remember, I thought The Sorcerers was quite a good film, actually.
Yeah. Oh, it is definitely. I think it's one of these. It's almost like for me a comfort kind of horror film. You put it on, and you don't have to do too much with it. You just sit and watch it and enjoy it. And as I say, what is interesting, I was watching him, is that, as I say, in this film, he wasn't really very well, but they were all saying what a lovely man he was.
Yeah,
really lovely. They said he used to sit in his wheelchair, and at lunchtime, a lot of them used to go to pub and what have you, and then when they'd come back, but he was sat there with his sandwiches. And people used to sit with him while he was eating his sandwiches. And he was telling all these wonderful stories about going back to 1930s. And
just think how magical that would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
To sit down with someone like him and go, wow, in the 30s, what was it like putting that makeup on?
Yeah. And he was so nice. He was so modest. He wasn't big-headed or anything. And, you kind of felt sad, but all these actors involved were just saying how lucky they felt, to be able to say they've acted with him. And now it's interesting. I like Christopher Lee a lot, but I know his style. Christopher Lee, who was in this film, he was very much a business kind of actor. He learned his lines, come in to do the film, and then he was off. That's how he made his living. That's why it often appears, you see Christopher Lee doing a lot of films, but he isn't actually sort of a big role in the films. He might do two or three scenes in the film, and that's what he did. That's how he earned his money. But he was always perfect. it was almost like they never rehearsed. He just went straight in, did his work brilliantly. You would never think that. And then he was off.
Yeah.
So that's a different kind of style of acting. That's what came out of this film for me. But it's a really nice release, this. I love the extras. I love the artwork that they've done. Really happy to have this. I had to make a choice, and I'm glad I chose this one. And then another film that I talked about in my sort of risk that I do for you on you in your blog. I always put a thing about what I've been watching. I mention this film a lot because I was very impressed with this film. This is The Charge of the Light Brigade. It's a historical.
That's right. Yeah, you said, yeah.
The Battle of the Balaclava, which is 1854, and it's all part of the Crimea War, which was 1853 to 1856. And it's brilliant because it's almost like a satire in many ways. When it's quite obvious actually. In some places it's a satire, and it makes the upper classes look absolutely like Monty Python's upper class twits.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they are. But the thing is, this is dealing with people's lives, and this great blunder which happened in the Crimea War, the Battle of Balaclava. It was devastating. They just threw away all these lives, and it was so tragic. And yet they were so out of touch. They didn't take any responsibility for it. Ultimately, all this, it was appalling because, we were a big country then. We thought we were the rulers of the world, and in many ways we were. British Empire was massive. Yeah. And here we were in Crimea, and we couldn't. It was an absolute shambles, and all because of the way the army was run by these upper class twits, and ultimately it led to massive reform in the army because it just couldn't go on. Eventually, it even got worse to some extent. By the time we got to the Boer Wars, where they suddenly realized that you need to change your uniforms because we're still going around in all the red things, no camouflage or anything. Suddenly they realized in warfare that you might have to not be in bright red and stand out quite so much. There's all these sort of things all come out from this upper class attitude that prevailed the army, and it's just fascinating. And this is a real satire, and absolutely. Trevor Howard, he's one of the people who's guilty, and he's brilliant. He plays a upper class twit absolutely brilliantly. And David Hemmings is the good character in it. He plays the sort of reforming one who says, look, you can't be as stupid as this, he's kind of pointing out, and they won't have it, But it's a great film, and I really enjoyed it, and I'm so pleased to watch it.
The Boer Wars, right? Is that where they set up sort of like camps for all the soldiers to play Shakespearean plays and things? Is that the Boer Wars?
I've not heard of that idea about Shakespeare.
Where they bore them to death.
Oh dear! I was waiting for some really.
Is that where they went around with a drill? Is that where they went around with a drill, drilling holes?
I love Shakespeare. Don't say Shakespeare's boring. Shakespeare's brilliant. One of our best playwrights ever, and he is one. Okay, not everybody gets the language and what have you. I love Shakespeare. Anyway, there you are. Why not? So yeah, there's that. And just one more thing. I think, like sometimes you watch something quite a few years ago and you have an opinion, you think, I didn't really like that much. And then it turns up again. And for some reason you think, oh, go on, I'll watch it again. And that's what happened to me this week. A TV series that I watched in the past that I didn't really like that much. I thought, oh God, it's awful. And do you know what series it was? Farscape. No. I was flicking through, like some on Freeview, you flick around sometimes, and there it was, the pilot episode, and I thought, oh, why not try it? This would be terrible.
I told you that lady that dresses up all in blue. I've got her signature. She sold.
Oh yeah, that she's good character. But the thing was, I thought, my criticism was about the puppets. I thought I just can't get on with the puppets. But I put that aside, and once I got into it, the characters are quite good. They've got their own. Oh, yeah. You soon got into it, and it's TV budget, but I think they did quite a good job on the budget they must have had. They did quite a good job on it, and the story.
I always thought, are they ripping off Buck Rogers or what? You know what I mean? He sets off in a rocket. He goes
of course there's that. But he's not a bad character. He's quite an appealing character, and Claudia Black is a very good character.
Oh, she's good. No, she's sort of like that reason for watching it.
Yeah, but she's not the stereotype lead. They could easily have put a blonde kind of female-looking character.
Didn't she cross over into Stargate?
Yes, she did. Yeah, she was good in that.
Yeah, she did, didn't she? Yeah,
and the other one did. They both went over to Stargate.
That's right, they did, didn't they?
The other bloke did as well. Which
anyway, Farscape. I've got my Blu-ray box set of that, and I do go back to that.
Well, Stargate's a great series, but no, it just proves that sometimes you should give things a second chance. And maybe it's not. Sometimes it's just not the right time. You watch something.
Hang on, are you telling me that there's 2001 has got a chance? Is that what you're telling me? 2001. 2001 might still have a chance in your head.
It could happen this year that I do my annual 2001 check. But I still haven't got very far. But it could happen again. But I don't think so. But I mean, I've seen it at the cinema even. I tried and I couldn't make it hardly through.
Yeah, but you were high on interval. You were high on drugs back. You were on a high on drugs back then, so
yeah. But I what happened was I saw it. Went to managed to make it to the interval and went to bar, and then bell rang, and to go back, and I thought, oh, I can't be bothered. I'd rather have a few pints more, and that's why I ended up staying in the bar. That's how enthralling it was. I prefer having a few pints than enduring anymore. I
could just imagine you in your fish fingers outfit, right? Your Captain Birdseye bloody jacket on. Watching 2001, you go to the bar and you go, buy it. I ain't watching any more of that crap.
Yeah.
What's all that monkey suit throwing bloody bones up into the sky, load of shit. I'll stay out here with my pint of best. Thanks very much.
You'd have thought I'd have asked for my money back.
Buy it, lad. That's a nice whip. Buy it, lad. That's a nice whippet you got down there. I can just imagine it all. Back in 1969.
Oh dear.
I
didn't ask for any money back.
It'd be like an episode of Heartbeat.
Oh dear, yeah. Actually, I know Heartbeat's popular. I've never watched a Heartbeat. Never watched it. Yeah,
I think people.
I think people not quite appeal to me.
Have you listened to any music then this week?
Let's see. I haven't got it with me, but the review coming up on Friday is Patti Smith Group's last album called Wave, and I absolutely love Wave. And there's a song on there called Dancing Barefoot, which was used in the second season episode of Millennium, what a series that was. And I always remember Dancing Barefoot because the episode just started and it ran the whole introduction, the whole song played right through. It was an amazing moment and absolutely love that song. But Patti Smith, totally underrated. And as a group, they were great. They did 4 albums together as Patti Smith group. And then she carried on, obviously, as a solo. She's a poet.
It is amazing, though, really, isn't it? Because not many people talk about Millennium, and it was a good show. What was it? 3 seasons? Three seasons of Millennium.
Yeah, it's great.
And then the Lone Gunman's the only other thing that came out.
Yeah, that only had 1 season that got cancelled.
13 episodes, I think.
Yeah, which again, was.
But I remember Millennium.
Millennium. I loved it.
It always struggled to get re-grain lit for the next year. And also, every time you wanted to buy the box set, it was still £100 or something, right?
I've got them both. I didn't pay that. I bought them when they came out, I think.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Go to HMV and it'll have a price of $89.99 or something.
Well, I did well then. I wouldn't have paid. I bought them when they were released.
Because it was like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They were all £100, 24, £100. You know what I mean? They were bloody expensive box sets, all of them.
I think what makes Millennium interesting is they did keep trying to rejig it a bit. I think if I was to be honest, I would say the first season is the best, but the others are interesting, and there are some good episodes in season 2, and by season 3 they'd even moved him and put him with this police woman, and it had a different flavor to the show, but I still liked it. I thought he was good in the role.
To be brutally honest, I got hooked halfway through the first season up until about halfway through the second season, and I gave the third season a try. Do you know what I mean? It was like that.
I can understand that. Some people.
I think it's probably because when you get to the middle of a season of anything, it tends to be getting better. And I think I got, towards the end, I was going, now I've got to wait until season 2. And then when season 2 came along, I'm going, I'm hooked again. Right. Yeah. And then it started to peter off a bit. Yeah. You start going, now it's.
I think a lot of the problems was the change in producers, I think. And also that leading actress, she went over to do another series, and I've forgotten what the series was at the time. So she sort of wasn't in it as much. She popped up now and again. But she appeared in some other series. There was at that time a lot of actors and actresses popping up in similar series, and she was one of them. But a lot of them got cancelled, didn't they? I mean, so many. Fox Network were notorious for cancelling all these series. So Millennium did well, I'd say, to get 3 seasons, to be honest.
Yeah, probably did.
It did really well to get 3. But it's only because of the X-Files, I think. That's the.
It must have been quite hard, actually, to keep hold of the main character, because I mean, he was doing films at the same time, wasn't he?
Yeah, really? He's really good in it, though, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't smile much. In fact, I don't think he smiles at all.
But that's very true.
He's good in it. I mean, he's perfect for the role. You always wonder with an actor like him, he's been in so many things, but he's never quite got full stardom, has he? He always has certain roles, or he plays in these. I've seen him in a lot of sort of very low budget kind of films that it pops up in. I think he's somebody who just works and does anything and takes anything. But he's never made it really big, has he? Really?
No.
He's just one of those actors. But,
actually, there was a music documentary on TV the other day that made me think of you. Actually, I mean, it was a what was it? Glenn Miller Swing Time. Yeah, and I was thinking, my mate Ian is probably like this. He'll bring back all them glory days,
Yeah.
When he was going out rabbiting and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Glenn Miller. Yeah. So, have you got any stories of your favourites from
No.
Glenn Miller?
Watching James Stewart play him. Yeah,
I
that's
tell you
my
what, that was a
memories.
good film, actually. The amount of times he kept putting his trumpet into Hawk, it's amazing. Anyway, you could play a drinking game with that. You'd get pissed. He took it in about 5 times.
Anyhow, I think that's it, really. I think I've gone on too long, and we better get on with the comments. Right.
Yeah, go on then.
So the first one is Stephen Moles. Ian and Delboy.
I'll tell you what, hang on. He frightens me. He's put a picture up now. It's the Red Hulk. I mean, he's had gurning, he's had pictures out of horror films and all sorts of stuff. Now he's got the Red Hulk there now. Jesus Christ. Trying to scare us early.
He says, Ian and Delboy, I just recently started to watch The Penguin. Good so far. I've not watched it, but everybody said it's a very good series. Very good.
I watched it. I gave my opinion of it. It came out at the same time as that second season of Wonder, if you remember rightly.
Yeah.
And everybody was saying how good it was. And I turned around and said, the only problem I've got with The Penguin is it's a lot like Gotham. The same problem Gotham's got. And that is, at the end of the whole program, you know he turns into the Penguin. So what excitement is there, right? The character's not going to die because he becomes the Penguin.
Yeah.
Right? So what you're doing really is you are watching the story that leads him up to being the Penguin. And it's all the other characters around that are going to die and all of that sort of stuff. There is, but you can rest assured as many times as he's going to be tied up in a chair and he's going to have a gun shoved up his ass or whatever it is, he's going to live. You know what I mean?
But I think people enjoy seeing that, the origins. And in
other words, it's all right if you like that. It's the story that takes you to a point. It's not about the ending. It's not about how something occurs. It's the story. It's the journey. The journey that's the important thing. Wonder, on the other hand, nobody knew what that was going to be like at the beginning, and nobody knew what was going to happen at the end because it's a totally made-up story. And it's not about a character and how they become something. Do you see what I mean? Now, the Penguin ultimately won. I don't look at it as winning and losing and all of that sort of stuff. I watch things to, did I enjoy it? Did I not enjoy it? Right? The Penguin is great, and everybody was comparing it to Goodfellas, and I was going, seriously? All these people kept turning around and saying, "Oh, it's almost as good as Goodfellas," and all of this sort of stuff, and I'm going, it's about a bloody penguin, right? It's about a bloke, right? Who becomes an arch enemy of Batman. It's not Goodfellas. Goodfellas is about a real-time story about drugs and mafia and shit, right? I don't know where they got all this from, but I tell you this: I liked it, and I've ordered the Steelbook, of course. I've ordered the Steelbook, of course, and just to let you know, because I like you so much, Ian, because I like you so much, that when they announced that the Steelbook of Star Trek 31, that 31, State 31, I've ordered it for you. I've ordered it for you, and it'll be with you when it comes out.
No, I don't want that rubbish. I'm sorry, it's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. The only good thing is CEX. Imagine even CEX might not want it.
Yeah, CEX. You think I'm taking that shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they probably have got a warning when it comes in.
Yeah,
they probably scan it.
How much are you going to give us for taking it off your hands? Is what they're saying. You know what I mean?
It's perhaps the worst thing I've. It was as bad as
it's on a Steelbook. It's on a Steelbook.
I know. How on earth? You know. It's definitely on par with the worst Doctor Who.
Funnily enough, I have not ordered it.
Ah, well, that's good. Good. I'm glad.
And I've got all the other Steelbooks. I have not ordered that one.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the reason why. if I really, really am pissed one night, I might buy it for 50p from Kex or something.
Yeah.
And then I've still got it, and it only cost me 50p.
Yeah, I get you. Do Doctor Who releases get those steel books? I'd be interested to know if you're going to get the Shooty Gatwa ones then.
Oh, well, you know, I have bought those, yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I have, because
How could you?
it's just like they started. You got to remember, they started off quite strong because they had the Christopher Eccleston ones and all of that. And there are some good stories in there. And I tell you what, the Capaldi one, season 8 or something of the Capaldi one or something, it goes for 89 quid or something.
Well, yeah, they're popular. Yeah,
right.
I suppose it will.
But I bought all the animated steel books as well. I've pre-ordered the Savages and all of that.
Oh, right, yeah. I've got some of them, believe it or not, those animated ones on steelbook. But yeah. Anyhow, let's have a look. We've got Jamie saying, "How do, mother flumpers?" Hello there, Jamie. Thank you for joining. And then I've got Outpost 31. Hello. If you want dark Gene Hackman, watch The Hunting Party from 1971 with Oliver Reed and Candice Bergen. I've never seen it, but personally, I'm a massive Oliver Reed fan.
Yeah, I was going to say you've already got one fan, Oliver Reed. Look, there. Look, so that's
Oliver Reed. He's brilliant. I would definitely watch that. Definitely. Have you seen The Hunting Party?
No, I haven't.
No, you haven't. Oh, well, there you are. One to watch. And then we've got Tony saying, "Evening, Ian Dell. A few not so well known Gene Hackman films I enjoy. The Hunting Party." So I'd write that down on your list. 1971. He plays a sadistic cattle baron, also with Oliver Reed and Candice Bergen. And Prime Cut. I've not heard of that one. 1972. So two interesting films.
Prime. Yeah. I don't know if it's true, but he had an interview with someone, and he turned around and they asked him what was his favorite film, and this was it'd been around for quite some time.
Yeah,
he actually turned around and said, the name of this film, I don't know quite what it was called. It could be Prime Cut. He actually said he sort of like he sort of like dressed up like a scarecrow. He's a vagabond or something. And it's and it was set around 1972, 73. So it's around about that time that you've got listed there. This Prime Cut and this Hunting Party. I'll have to look at the video again. But he actually turned around and he said it's a little known film. Hardly anybody watched it, but.
Yeah,
that's my favorite role that I played.
Oh wow! But this Hunting Party must be quite well known then. I think.
Yeah.
Come up.
But it's the same year as The French Connection.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Let's see. We've got Jamie again. Muckman Movies. Gene Hackman is one of the best. Fact. My top 5 Hackmans in no order: Poseidon Adventure, Unforgiven, French Connection, Quick and Dead, and Get Shorty. Do you know, I forgot he was in Get Shorty.
I hadn't forgotten he was in Get Shorty, but I hadn't got round to watching that yet.
Yeah, I'd forgotten
that's the John Travolta film.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'd forgotten he was in that.
Yeah, I bought the Laserdisc of that.
Yeah. Poseidon Adventure, of course. Unforgiven. They're all good. They're all good films, aren't they? Basically.
Well, I read those out verbatim, literally at the beginning, didn't I?
Yeah,
I said
they're all good, aren't they?
Poseidon Adventure. I said The French Connection. I watched. Quick and the Dead. I told you, Quick and the Dead's one of my absolute all-time favorites. I just love the guy. He just comes out of his house in The Quick and the Dead, that town called Redemption. He says, "You've paid for an assassin to take over to kill me. Obviously, you've got more money. I'm going to have to tax you more." What you have to understand is that if the reason that I allow you to live is because I want you to live.
That's
if I
right,
want
yeah.
you to see the dawn, I'll let you see the dawn.
Yeah.
And he's such a nasty bastard in that film. It's like, wow. And this is where I was saying, it seems that all the films I like him in, he's a nasty bastard.
Yeah, well,
Look at Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
And then we've got Stephen Moles saying, I watched a few Gene Hackman movies, The Package, Narrow Margin, Uncommon Valor, Loose Cannons, Welcome to Mooseport, his last film that he did in 2004.
That's right. He basically decided, that's it with Hollywood, I'm off.
A long time ago. That's what? How many years? It's over 20 years ago, isn't it?
It's 21 years.
Yeah, amazing. So he's been in retirement a long time.
I'm surprised. Yeah. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Hoosiers or Hosiers. He was in there.
Yeah. This is Jamie says, I've just ordered the imprint Gene Hackman box set. There you are.
I wonder how much that costs.
Yeah. Continued. Tony says, he plays another nasty character, a mob boss, also with Sissy Spacek and Lee Marvin. Lastly, March or Die. Oh, yes. Now, he's a World War veteran now in the French Foreign Legion. Do you know, I remembered that March or Die, yeah. Not
that
seen it for years.
Posted to what? You got to look for the next
I'm looking for the next bit. Posted to it's disappeared. Here it is. I've got it, found it. North Africa, also starring Catherine Deneuve and Max von Sydow.
Oh wow, Max von Sydow.
Well, what a cast. I do remember seeing that years and really a long time ago. Yeah, it's great.
I think I saw one of those that you mentioned.
Yeah,
the other one.
But as soon as I see two words Catherine Deneuve, I'm thinking, yes, it must be a good film.
Yeah.
And then we've got.
I think it was March.
Sorry, I've jumped ahead, haven't I? Let's have a look. Sorry, because I went further down. Let's have a look. Sorry about this. I'm pretty bad. We did that one. Zimos, Tony Hawk, McMahon Mo's, hi Tony, and so they're greeting each other. And Charles Duncan says, Ian and Dell. I thought Gene was typecast when he did the Superman films. In any other film, you expected Christopher to walk on. I like Gene in Behind Enemy Lines. Oh, right. Yeah. It's good. And then Charles. It was I, Stephen, and Tony. Then the next one we've got Jim Jam Movies. Hello, good evening. Good evening to you. And then James says, hi, Stephen and Tony. Jim Jam's currently working. Okay.
He says that, right? But I reckon he's just got in because he's been to all the charity shops again.
And Charles says, hi, Stephen. Jamie says, howdy, Charles and James. You like that bit of howdy? Yeah. Tony says, evening, Jamie, Stephen, Charles, James. Is this the Waltons again? Probably. Later. Okay.
Saying about the Waltons, though, they said on Radio 5 that Netflix has bought Little House on the Prairie, and they're going to revitalize the series by talking about how the Ingalls crossed America before settling in that hometown where they lived.
Yeah.
So they're not redoing Little House on the Prairie. They're doing the stories that led up to Little House on the Prairie, and it's going to be on Netflix.
Oh,
and then someone said, I saw a cartoon of it once, and it was called Little Mouse on the Prairie. I went, oh, for fuck's sake. And apparently, that really was a cartoon. It did come out, and it was called Little Mouse on the Prairie.
I'm sure that was a real masterpiece that nobody's ever heard of. Right. Let's see. Steve Moore says Tony York, and then Charles says hi, Tony. Jamie says booked IMAX tickets to see Bang Joon-ho's Mickey 17. Oh yeah, we keep hearing about mention this on Sunday.
Yeah,
looks right down my street, my lad.
I finally got around to seeing Captain America. So there you go.
Oh, you've seen it at cinema now.
I've seen it at the cinema now.
And what was your verdict?
Well, it's like I said, my opinion has not changed in the fact that a lot of people, I don't think, understood a lot of the stuff that was going on in the film. It's not a good film. It's not a bad film. It's a middle film, but it should have been so much better than it actually was.
Right.
All of this criticism of bring back Steve Rogers, he ought to be Captain, he ought to be Captain America. How the hell does the Falcon take a punch from the Hulk? All of this crap.
Yeah.
They're not watching the film.
Yeah.
If you ever watch the film and watch it closely, you'd know that he's got vibranium, on his costume. Vibranium is like it absorbs kinetic energy. If anybody knows what kinetic energy is, it's the force of something that expands out and disperses power. So it doesn't. So you might as well have been knocked with a feather. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, it says that in the film. And yet there was all these people saying, how the hell does this guy handle a punch from the Hulk? And the Hulk is the strongest one there is, and blah, 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 right? And I was going, I'm still in my same situation, that it's not a great film, but Marvel have got the hardest job in the world because they're stuck in a story that they can't get out of.
Yeah.
And they have to have a beginning and an end that shoehorns itself between other stuff.
Yeah.
So where can you go with it?
You can say, I'm trying to be positive here, is that it's much better than some of the
hang on a minute. Hang on. Calendar moment. Ian's going to say something positive. All right, then fire away. Go on.
No, well, it's better than the other Marvel ones that have been more recent. That nobody's had a good word to say about any of them. Really,
Marvel have not done good films since they ended the Avengers first run. When you get to the end of that, I'm in total agreement. But I also won't slam them when there are good parts in films. And people
the Eternals got a lot of bad. A lot of people didn't like the Eternals.
But I tell you what, for as bad as things are in the Eternals, have you ever watched the TV show The Inhumans? It was bloody awful.
Oh dear!
I mean, that was the worst TV I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
and I still watched it all the way through.
Yeah.
It's all down to, are you listening to the negativity and then going into the film with negative thoughts? And I can't do that now. My opinion now is try to take the negativity away and go in fresh faced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I remember also is that I'm a comic book collector. So of course, when I'm watching it, I'm getting great glee because I go, oh, it weren't like that in the comics. Like this in my head, I'm going,
I'm just seeing it purely as a film fan.
It's almost
we don't know the comics.
It's almost like watching. Yeah, it's almost like watching a Hitchcock film after you've seen a documentary and they've told you that in this film you need to look out for him and he's here and here and here.
Yeah.
So when you go in, you're going, oh, there he is. Look, he's trying to get on the bus. Look, all this sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And you tend to get more enjoyment because you're waiting for that moment to come up.
Yeah. Right. So let's see. We've got Tony now saying, Jamie, I was looking at that Gene Hackman box set as I've been looking for a Blu-ray of March or Die, and it's virtually impossible to get. I found a French one, but very expensive. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Who's Gene? And he's having a laugh there. I don't know. I have no idea who you're talking about. Charles says, Tony, I hope it's not the Waltons again. Oh, blooming heck, not the Waltons.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe you watched both Raid films, Ian. Well, I've surprised you, haven't I? Yes, I did watch them. I know. I don't know how I managed it, but I did. It certainly, my head was spinning after watching them. They were directed by a Welshman, Ian. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, there we are. I won't make any jokes about the Welsh. No.
Well, I hope not.
No. You guys, you may have noticed I used the wrong Gene. I'm such a big fan, not aha. Yeah.
I don't think anybody took anything from it. Gene, by God,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
My box of for Ian is nearly full, Del. Yeah, he hadn't told him yet about that. That's coming.
He's going
to keep going on about it. So I thought I'll just let him know.
He's such a bastard to me.
I'll let him know gently.
He does this now.
Yeah.
I love you really. I love you really, Tony.
Delboy ranting early on. There you are. The Delboy rant is here. Don't worry, Charles. We all do it. I'm just happy I managed to log on and find my way here. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, just hold on. Sorry, it got to the moment.
Oh, there you are. Look, the bloody food's turned up. Uber's turned up. Look, with the food. I wonder what it'll be this week. Is it going to be chips? Is it going to be a burger? Is it going to be a panini? Is it going to be beans on toast? I don't know. We ought to have a competition to work it out, you know. I've got a funny feeling I reckon you're having an affair with the driver.
There you are. Anyhow. Drama. Okay. So put it in kitchen. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, girls and boys. He's gone off to see his son. I don't know what we're going to be talking about because he's got full control of all of the text.
I get to go. Right. Okay.
I'll tell you what. You've got. Oi, son. Hang on. I'm going to shout this.
He's
Oi,
gone
son.
Now.
You've got to order your stuff before 8 o'clock. Not this shit. Not this shit at eating at 9 o'clock at night and interfering
he's
with
working.
Production.
He's working. He can't. Just suddenly.
I don't give a shit. He ought to eat at work then, hadn't he?
He's just finished work. Yeah, he's got it all worked out.
Talk to the finger. I don't give a shit.
Anyhow, Muckman Movies. Hey, Del, it's not the first time I've sent Ian a parcel. Oh,
yeah, we know that. You know that, you bastard.
It is. I'm trying to keep up with Tony. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Anyhow, it was great. It was a nice surprise, Jamie. Thank you. Jamie, I think you're winding Del up something I'd never do. Oh dear. Then I was having a good laugh. There was intention to send Del something this week, but I got beat in an eBay auction. So don't feel left out, Del. Oh, that's nice. Oh, yeah.
To do that, I only have a laugh. I just like having a laugh at all these things that people get
really nice.
sent. I get sod all again. I'll tell you what, the only thing that comes through my letterbox is a bill. That's all I get. Or a statement that says that I'm this much in the red.
Yeah. Oh, your credit card limits reached.
I'm just waiting for the one that says council tax, because that starts next month.
Oh, God, yeah, it does. Oh, don't talk about that.
Because you've had the 1 month grace. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. I dread to
so now it's back to the you need to give us now in 10 roughly equal payments this month.
Yeah, and I just had the gas bill, gas and electric. It's all coming, isn't it? It's all wonderful stuff. While you like the Raid movies, Ian, check out Tony Jaa in Ong Bak and Jet Li in Black Mask.
I've heard of Ong Bak. I've heard of Ong Bak. I have heard.
Yeah. But I mean, for me, it was just something different, and I like to see different things. I mean, the stories are very simple, aren't they? But it's entertaining. Yeah. Ong Bak is fantastic. Oh, right. Bone crunchingly so. Oh, could you see that on a film poster? Bone crunchingly. So yeah, I like it. It's a great description. Have you seen the earlier version of Light Brigade with Errol Flynn in Odell? No, do you know, I haven't. I didn't know Errol Flynn had done a Light Brigade. I bet it's not very good, but you never know, it might be. Errol Flynn loved doing those historical films in 1930s and into 40s. What about his Robin Hood? Of course, it's Robin Hood.
But of course he was in the Queen. He was in with Betty Davis in the Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, of course, they've all done Queen Bess. They've all done.
I always thought of Errol Flynn as being sort of like English. I don't know why, and I suppose it's because of Robin Hood and the fact he was in Queen Elizabeth and all of that.
I remember as a child, those films were always being shown by BBC. They were like a sort of thing that they showed all the time.
There was a documentary about Errol Flynn. I believe he died really quite sad. I think didn't he have a bone sore? And he had a problem health wise where he'd had it for a number of years, but he tried to hide it. He liked his drink, didn't he? I think it was something to do with his liver. I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I think he was an alcoholic. Yeah.
I think also wasn't he big friends with Charles Chaplin? I'm not sure.
Oh, it could have been. I don't know.
I might be thinking of someone else there. Actually,
it's amazing how many of those classic Hollywood actors had alcoholic problems, didn't they? They did. Terrible. Female actresses as well, not just male ones. I honestly don't think I've ever seen any Errol Flynn film. Oh, right.
I'll tell you what, it's not a bad thing to look into. It all depends on your expectations, but he was fun. I will say that. Certain films, I mean, I think that Robin Hood film is absolutely fantastic, but then again, you do have Sherlock Holmes in it, don't you? I mean, my God, Basil Rathbone. I mean, you got Errol Flynn and Basil Rathbone in the same film.
He's a sheriff of Nottingham. Basil Rathbone.
That's really, really good.
Yeah.
And if you do watch, the Queen Elizabeth one, you know, I think it's just called Elizabeth I.
Yeah.
It's actually got Vincent Price in it.
Yeah, which is usually very good.
You got Errol Flynn, you got Betty Davis, Errol Flynn, Vincent Price. And you're going, bloody hell. And it was so far back that Vincent Price was hardly known. I think he'd done about 3 films.
Yeah.
So It depends. I think you'd get great enjoyment, just in the same way that you'd get great enjoyment probably trying to crack doing like Humphrey Bogart films when you've never seen a Humphrey Bogart film in your life.
Yes,
It's that
yeah,
sort of thing.
yeah.
You'd be going back and you'd be going, yeah,
Wow. Why?
actually,
Yeah,
I quite enjoyed that.
yeah.
You know,
Why have I missed Humphrey Bogart? You know, he's such a good actor, and even his later films like African Queen is an absolute classic. And he's
yeah,
not very well on African Queen. They said that Lauren Bacall was having to look after him. And when you see it, you start to think, oh, crikey. And he's still smoking away. Can you imagine? He's totally addicted to smoking.
yeah.
Every scene, he's got a cigarette virtually in his mouth.
Well, he had, what was it, 80 a day, wasn't it?
Something ridiculous like that, you know.
I worked it out. If you smoke 80 a day and it takes you 4 or 5 minutes or something, right, to go for a cigarette, as soon as he put one out, he lit another one up.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I said. Because Lauren Bacall was on set with him and she was looking after him, really. And they must have known he wasn't that well. But
can you imagine him making love to her and said, "Hang on, love, I need another pack of cigarettes"?
Yeah, that's what it virtually be like, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh.
And kissing him must have been really quite
an ashtray effect.
Well, no, it's just that the tar buildup that would have been the tar buildup, because I bet you any money that he didn't have filters for a long time.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have filters, did they? A lot of the cigarettes back then.
Yeah.
It must have been all around his lips, like tar, like a syrup.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It must have been really quite nasty for the actresses.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And she's such a beautiful...
I take it his character shone through, really.
Yeah.
There we go.
He was very lucky to get... She was a beautiful woman, Lauren Bacall. Really. What an actress. What an actress. Female says, I've got the District 13 movies off Music Magpie. Good film. Oh. Music Magpie. What can I say? I love Music Magpie. What would I do without Music Magpie for CDs and films?
I like the music in Magpie. How did it go? It went one for sorrow, two for joy, one for Magpie. That's how it went.
Susan Stranks and Tony Bastable and Pete Brady, I think. There we are.
Hang on, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a question for Ian that I haven't asked him, and I should have asked him when I was making a phone call to him earlier on. What did you think of that Bond film?
Oh, right. Well, I'll give you some opinion, but it's no secret. Well, it is now. It's only just coming out, but soon, very soon, we might be discussing Bond films for a little bit before we get into our normal chat. But I'll just say, never say never again. I watched it, and do you know what stood out? Honestly, it just straight away, the lack of music that Bond. It made me realize how important the Bond music is.
How important is music in a Bond film? If you've got a bad music score, it affects that film.
And that film just the music wasn't Bond related, you know, because normally you get the famous James Bond theme coming up at certain points, and that adds to the drama almost of the film. You know, it's Bond and you love it. And this, oh dear, it proved a lot. I don't think it was a particularly good film, dare I say it. I was a bit bored with it in places. It could, I wondered if it had had a better music soundtrack, it might have lifted it up a bit. I wonder. That's an interesting idea. If they'd have, if somebody could, but you wouldn't be allowed to put the Bond theme tune throughout that film, and I think it would have made a difference because it kind of builds up the drama and the tension, and this Bond film lacked that. It just didn't have that. and that's a major thing. Anyhow, we might discuss that again.
Oh yeah, I
When
mean,
we do our
I
thing.
mean, it really
Yeah.
was a middle thing. It really was a middle finger to the producers, wasn't it, of the Bond
Yeah.
films? You know,
Yeah.
it was like, I'm gonna do it up
Yeah.
yours.
Yeah.
Um,
And
the other thing was, I told you weeks ago. I said, if you have got a bad score in a Bond film, the film's bad.
yes.
I haven't seen. I said John Barry's last good score was, I think, The Living Daylights or something like
Yeah.
that, right? And then if you name all the scores afterwards, they
Yeah.
all have been pretty poor Bond
Yeah.
films. They,
Yeah.
but if you look back, you go, oh yeah, Goldfinger, oh yeah,
Yeah.
and you're going, every single one of them has got, oh yeah, Shirley
Yeah.
Bassey, and all
Well,
they've
I
all
was
got,
thinking my worst Bond film before I saw this was Diamonds Are Forever. And yet,
yeah,
if I look at it now, compared with Diamonds Are Forever, I'm thinking, well, actually, Diamonds Are Forever was much better than that. And that's
yeah.
saying something. Because Diamonds Are Forever is a
I
bad
tell you what
film.
was fun about that film. I was when I watched it, I turned around and went, "Is that Pat Roach? Oh,
Yeah.
bloody hell, there's Pat Roach in there! Look, he's in Alvin's name pet. He's the wrestler. I know that is." And then it was like, "Is that Rowan Atkinson? Hang on, he's Blackadder. You got Blackadder in a Bond film. What's all
Do
this
you know
about?"
something? I love Rowan Atkinson. I do. I think he's absolutely. I think he's a really good. I really enjoy Rowan Atkinson, and in that film, because the film somehow was not very good, it didn't. He didn't improve the film at all.
No,
I'm sure if he'd have been in normally in a proper Bond film, we'd have stood out and said, "Oh, look, what an outstanding, wonderful performance to see Rowan Atkinson." In that, he wasn't very good.
no.
That's how poor the film was. It really was that anybody couldn't lift it.
I did tell you about the beginning. I said he's on a training mission.
Yeah, we
And
got.
he gets stabbed.
Yeah, you gave that away, didn't you?
And he turns around and he says, "I didn't do too badly." He said, "What? You died twice?" "No, I only died once. The other one I lost both my legs, but I wasn't dead."
Yeah.
And I was thinking, well, this is quite fun actually. This is all right. I don't mind this.
Yeah, but that's about it.
And I like the idea that Bond was getting old, and they were seeing that he was getting old, and they were thinking about stopping the 007 agents. Full stop, which is a pretty good thing. It because it makes you think, well, yeah, at some point you've got to retire your agents, and that's not been discussed in Bond before. So this is all quite good. But then there's no real stunt work in it. I mean, you've got the motorbike scene. You've got the motorbike scene, and I'm going, that's not really. That's a bit lackluster. The motorbike scene.
Well, what about with Bond films, you always get the nuclear bomb that's going to go off, and the bomb's counting down, and he just stops it in time. Well, even that didn't seem very exciting, did it? Because you know he's going to do it, but they didn't give any tension at all in it. It just.
But you're quite right. We will talk about Bond another time.
Yeah,
but I was just intrigued to know. I hadn't asked you. I thought, oh my God, you asked me to get you that. I need to ask you whether you liked it.
I wouldn't buy it on. You're right. I looked on eBay and I thought, blooming heck, I'm not paying that. You see the prices on eBay,
and it's never listed in the like 50-year box set of Bond.
Yeah,
because
I'm not surprised.
It can't do because it was a middle finger to broccoli. It
wasn't a very good one.
It was Cubby, wasn't it, that he didn't get hold of?
Yeah,
he didn't like, wasn't it?
It just didn't work.
You can't have it in that set, which means you've got to buy it separate. And that's why they put the price up.
To be fair to Sean Connery, he didn't look that happy in the film. And I kept thinking, why is he doing this film? Why on earth is he doing this film? He didn't look happy doing it. It's just really bad. Anyhow, we'll talk about that later. Good French park action, Stephen. Oh, yeah, park hour. I love Farscape. Jamie says, "Yeah, I was surprised. I surprised myself because I'd just written it off all those years ago, and then I watched it and thought, oh yeah, this is good. So it's good." Tony says, "Jamie, I haven't seen his version of Light Brigade. His Robin Hood is a real good swashbuckler." Yeah, that's the Errol Flynn.
It's so. I'll tell you what it is. It's so well lit. They have a sword fight on a spiraling stone staircase.
Oh, this Robin Hood one.
You actually see them fighting in silhouette. They're not even on the screen at one point, and you just see them fighting, and you're just going, "Wow, this is good."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They actually haven't even got the actors on the screen, and we're just seeing the shadows on the wall, and I'm riveted by this. This is pretty, you know what I mean? But I do tend to find that when I watch these old films, I am looking at the cinematography a lot, and they did a lot of good stuff back then. Almost like it was brand new back then.
That was one of my dad's favorite films. I remember as soon as it came out on VHS, he got it, he bought it. Because he showed it. He used to be showing films at the cinema. He's a cinema projectionist at one time. And that's the kind of film that he would have been showing. And he loved it. Absolutely loved it. So when I see that, I always think of my dad now.
That's nice.
And that and generally war films. But that one, because he always pointed it out to me.
He was a projectionist of these what the Butler saw things, was he? Was that
no no these proper going for. He used to go.
I'm joking with you because that's like 1898 for God's sake.
As a boy, he went in wartime taking films from place to place, and then from that he ended up getting a job working in the cinema, and he was interested in films, as I've told you about, and he ended up being a projectionist. And he also told me, which I'm super impressed with, he saw Laurel and Hardy on that tour.
Wow. What, when they were over here?
Yeah, you know, when they did the famous tour.
Yeah, that was in the just after the 40s and before the 50s, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he loved Laurel and Hardy as well. Yeah. Farscape gets better the longer it goes on, does it?
It does.
Wow. It must improve.
It's one of those ones that's really hard to get into at the beginning, and then you just basically get hooked.
Yeah, I could see it already. I ended up watching about a few more episodes and thought, hey, it's good.
I mean, I dreaded it at first because it said it was a Jim Henson production, and I'm going,
you see, that's exactly.
I mean, straight away you're thinking, what you got Fozzie and that in this? What the fuck's this gonna be like?
That's exactly what put me off. I thought, no, I can't do it. No.
It was coming out at sort of like the time of Quantum Leap and all of that.
Yeah.
And these were the times where we wanted our science fiction to be quite gritty because we science fiction had got such a bad rep. You know, we wanted some traction. You know, like many people in horror want we want horror now to be good because we want it to succeed through the bad times, right?
Yeah.
So when they were making things like Farscape and you got Muppets and things in it, you were thinking, what are you trying to do? You trying to kill this off? We're trying to make things good again. You know, we want stuff back to the way it was. You know, excited about a show. You know. Yeah,
but what I remember is at the time, people must have hooked onto it. It soon became very popular, even though I couldn't see why. But I'd never watched it properly. You see. It just proves again you should try and make your own mind up and see these things. But the idea put me off. But obviously I was wrong, totally wrong. And of course, look at this. James says Claudia Black. Yes, I think that was an obvious.
Yeah, don't worry, I won't tell your wife. Yeah.
And this was
as long if you send me £20 in the post, I won't tell your wife that you're in love with Claudia Black.
She was on Pitch Black too. Is
She
in
was.
Pitch Black. Do you know? Yeah, I can't remember her in Pitch Black.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Which I think is a good film, Pitch Black. I like that.
It's a good film.
Yeah. And then he said, yeah, we knew you meant that. Yeah. I have a few westerns of Flynn too. Oh, right. Yeah, I can imagine he made some westerns. I can't particularly think of any.
He did, but I didn't watch too many of them. I was more into like I said, the English swashbuckling type stuff.
Yeah.
And I liked him as well when he was doing some crime films.
Oh, right.
I think he probably suited to that rather than you know. But westerns, yeah, I can imagine him being good in them. I think I saw 2.
Yeah, but I would imagine I don't know much about him, but I would imagine he must have been assigned to a studio like they all were, and doing a western would have been what they were doing. So he's bound to have done westerns.
It's funny talking about actors outside of what we consider to be their happy zone. You know, like Flynn as in a western, right? Yeah. I mentioned this to you before, but when you watch Star Trek, right, and there's DeForest Kelly.
Yes.
And you know he's been to all these conventions and everybody's turning around and saying to him, "Oh, I loved you in all those westerns." And you go,
"Yeah." So
he was in westerns, was he? Right.
Yeah.
And then when you read a book about him or something and it says he was in over 60 westerns, you go,
"That's a hell of a lot."
One.
Yeah.
Name one. I don't remember seeing him ever in a western.
They must have been very sort of B-C westerns, even something very low down on the bill, you know.
Right. So I have to ask you, and I have to ask people out there.
Yeah.
How many of you have got a western with DeForest Kelly in it?
Yes.
And what was it called?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm telling you now, I know that he was in some big ones, and I went, really? Was he in that? Because I saw him do an interview, and he said, "Oh, I remember when John Ford came in," and I was going,
John, right?
There
we are."
So I'm turning around and going, "Wow, you were in some westerns then." Right?
Yeah.
But it's like you just don't think of them, do you? It's like
no.
You know, was he in The Searchers or something? What was he in? You know, I mean, what was it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in because it's like that with Errol Flynn. It's like that with Errol Flynn with me. I can't think. Every time I think of DeForest Kelly, I think of McCoy.
Yeah.
I can't think of him in anything else.
Yeah.
And he did. Apparently, he did like 60-odd films of westerns.
Yeah. And Jamie says the same. Really, I never knew he was in westerns. I don't think any of us knew he was in westerns. No. Errol Flynn.
That's Errol Flynn. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Was he in Custer's Last Stand? Was he in one of the versions of that?
I think he was
Errol Flynn.
I think he was in a historical western. Yeah.
You know, the general. Did he play General Custer? I wonder.
Remember, Errol Flynn was tied to historical epic.
Yeah, you know, and that you see was quite a thing. It's a film that has been filmed quite a bit about the Battle of the Little Bighorn, isn't it? And General Custer and all that. So I think he was in that one. Yeah, I've definitely seen him as General Custer. Yeah, he's coming back now. But yeah. Here we are. He's
I've got another question. I've got another question for you. Another question for you before I forget. When I was in the charity shop today, I saw a DVD for 20 pence. I didn't buy it.
Right.
Of the best of Marty Feldman. Now, do you remember
Marty Feldman?
Do you remember the comedy of Marty Feldman? And do you think? And do you remember it being good or bad?
No, that's a good question. I remember him and was it good or bad? That's a
because
good
if
question.
I remember rightly, he's absolutely fantastic in Young Frankenstein. We all know that. We all know that. And we know he's good in a number of films where he had a bit part and all that kind of stuff, right? But I don't think I've seen much of his TV stuff when he had his own show. And I do remember people. I do remember people saying they fondly remember it. It was off the wall, but I don't think it was well received. I don't know.
Off the wall is an interesting word. It means it might not have been that funny. Yeah, that's an interesting word. I like that word. Yeah, but that's a good question. Tony says he's in with Ronald Reagan. Yeah, set before the U.S. Civil War. So I can imagine him being in westerns. Ian would make a good green grass from Heartbeat. I've never seen Heartbeat, but is that the bloke who? What's his name? He's a comedian.
Selwyn Froggatt.
That's it. That guy. Yeah, yeah. He played
Bill Maynard.
Yeah, that's it. Bill Maynard. Yeah, yeah. I've heard of him. Yeah.
He was the gaffer.
Oh, right. Yeah, and he was in Heartbeat, was he? Right.
Yeah. He was Greengrass.
Yeah. See, I never watched it.
And he looked like you, only he had more hair.
Yeah. He wasn't quite as handsome as me, was he? Obviously. Yeah.
I don't want to lose my position seat in this chat room, so I'm swearing on the Fifth Amendment that it might incriminate me.
Claudia Jeremiah Greengrass. What a great Bill Maynard character. Yeah, I mean, I have heard that name before, but I've never seen the series. I know is it set near Whitby or somewhere like that, which would be great.
It's in the Yorkshire Dales.
Yeah, that's why I said Whitby, lad. Because when I've been to Whitby, you sometimes hear about these Heartbeat tours around that area.
Look, as far as I know, right? Anything north of Manchester is Narnia. I've never heard of it.
No, well, you
right? You step through a wardrobe in Manchester and you end up in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe country, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, you could end up as Mr. Ben.
There's no point telling me Whitby as if I'm supposed to know.
Yeah, well, Whitby is one of the greatest places in the world. Everybody knows how good it is.
What a load of shit. It's up north. It's up north. It's bleak. It's horrible. You've got candlelight for light. It's shit.
Whitby is beautiful. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Where are you going on holiday? Oh, we're going to Benidorm. Where are we going? Whitby. Bloody hell. I think I know which one I'd want to go to.
Bram Stoker was inspired there, don't forget, to write Dracula.
Oh, that explains it all.
Yeah.
I mean, Bram Stoker, for God's sake, he wrote the bleakest bloody vampire Dracula type bloody story you've ever come across.
Which nobody has ever really properly
It says it all now, doesn't it?
Nobody's ever really adapted it. They always say, "Oh yeah, we've adapted it," but then they haven't.
I mean, bloody Chitty Bang Bang didn't come out of Whitby, did it?
That Chitty Bang Bang, don't knock that one. That is great. Charles Duncan, the last film I seen with Karloff was injecting a monkey. Forgot what film called, guys. 1940s. God, that is going back a bit.
Well, it could be the three-fingered monkey, or whatever it is. It probably would have the monkey's paw or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the monkey's paw. We did that at school. That story. Yeah. Fantastic. Karloff. Top 3 crushes from the screen when you were growing up, teenage years.
Oh,
I know.
Well, you've obviously got the Bond, the Bond girl, and was it Caroline Munro? Is it? What's her name? Caroline
Munro.
Yeah, it is Caroline
She
Munro.
does a lot of horror stuff now, and
I know.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that's definite. I had a crush on her. I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a couple of things that attracted me to her, but I don't know what they were.
Right.
Couple of things yet spring to mind.
Anything else? Right, that's is that your
okay? You name one while I think of the other two.
Right. Okay, I'll do mine. Obvious ones. Dinah Rigg, of course. The second one is Alexandra Bastido. She was in the Champions, and boy, she was hot. And she's still. You watch the Champions when you see her. She was absolutely wonderful. And oh, let's see. I'm trying to think of which Catwoman. I loved Catwoman. You know, God, I was there 6-year-old watching Batman and thought,
yeah, but there
wow,
were three. Hang on a minute. There were three Catwomen.
That's why I'm trying to work out which one. I'll go for Eartha Kitt because her voice. Oh yeah.
Oh Christ!
Wow.
No,
I know you probably don't like it. You probably prefer the other one.
Eartha Kitt would have been one of the last ones for me.
I liked them all, to be fair. I do
anyway,
like all of them. So that's my three.
Yeah, I like Carol Monroe. I've forgotten what their names are.
Oh, we said teenage years. Shit. Oh.
I did have a crush on. Oh, from Buck Rogers. I've forgotten her name. You know, the one who plays Wilma Derry.
Yeah. Actually, mine are wrong because he says teenage years, which is 70s, isn't it?
What, teenage years? You've got to go back to 1920.
I can still have Dinah Rigg because they were repeating Avengers all the time, weren't they? And actually, I like Linda Thorson was pretty good as well. I liked her.
Anyway, I've named two, and they were definitely in my teenage years. I don't know about yours.
No, I'm trying to think of.
I'm trying to think of a third.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, definite. And because she continued to make Raquel Welch. Definitely.
Yeah.
Wow.
I tell you what. The first time I saw Raquel Welch was when she was being interviewed on Parkinson, and then I saw A Million Years BC.
Yeah. But did
she
you
had
see
this
some of their other films?
She had this stunning dress on. She had just got married, I think, to a sports person.
Yeah. I bet he was. Yeah.
and she was actually turning around and saying that that she wasn't really well liked at school. Wow. Until she, got to puberty, and then basically things, suddenly turned differently. And she did say that she had to play that casting couch game, that all the women did. She did say it was a rough time back then. It must have been really bad for her. But I think that's a good one for you, Raquel Welch. Yeah, I'd have chosen Raquel Welch, but I think Raquel Welch was before my teenage years.
And I've got another one that I really liked at the time. No, I don't think everybody's taste, but Sophie Loren. Wow, she was. Oh wow!
I tell you what, I did have a small crush. I did have a small crush for years on Jane Fonda.
Oh yeah, well I can see that.
Not because of her exercise stuff. It was to do with Barbarella, and it was to do with Clute, and it was to do
Clute.
With, it was all of that sort of stuff, right?
Donald Sutherland.
It was all the stuff that she did with her French husband, basically, and all around about that time.
Yeah.
I did have like I said, a small crush on Jane Fonda. I will say that.
Yeah.
There must be some much better ones that I'm not thinking of at the moment. But we better get moving on. We've given 3 each, really. I mean,
I've got just one more that I really liked and continues to like. Catherine Deneuve. Wow, she epitomizes French actress beauty. Wonderful. Right. They're all old, aren't they? All these old gigs. Now,
Yeah, they're
about 70, 80-year-old now.
They're all
still alive.
they're all coffin dodgers now.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit sad, isn't it? Really, I can't name many new ones. I recently watched Gallow
there
Walkers.
was lots. I liked the Charlie's. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was on. There was like Charlie's Angels. I like that.
Yeah,
and I liked. There was lots of stuff. There was a woman that was in Airwolf. She was all right. There was loads of women. I'll tell you what. There was the mechanic that was in Knight Rider. He was gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the Dukes of Hazzard. How could you not like Daisy Duke? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It was like, come on. She had the shortest pants on that you could possibly find. Some people will be teenagers in here that watched Baywatch. And you might as well just say, stuff the 3 people that I had as crush on when I was a teenager. I'll just have the whole crew of Baywatch. Just give them all, just send them all to me and send them all to my bedroom. You know what I mean? It's like you don't even have to think about it. It's funny. I mean,
I'll tell you what,
I don't think of many sexy people in Doctor Who. I mean, I do know that people.
Leela, I know people might say. Yeah.
I didn't really think much to her. In fact, I like Sarah Jane more than I like her.
Sarah's lovely. Yeah. Yeah.
And she didn't wear anything racy. It was just I just kept thinking to myself, oh, I wonder what she's wearing under that. If that's a bit pervy to say.
I'll tell you, this might sound pervy as well, but in modern actresses that I like, I love Mia Goth. I think she's so good.
Yeah.
And I think Anya Taylor-Joy is really good.
Well,
she's a great actress.
I think everybody knows here I like Eva Green.
Oh, right, yeah.
I tell you what, I would be in heaven just to spend a day in her bedroom.
So we'll have to arrange it.
I would want to come out. I'd say, look, just shoot me. I'm staying in the bed. I'll go to heaven knowing that I've been here. Eva Green, she
could go on. I've probably gone on too long.
She to me is gorgeous. Yeah. And isn't it funny how people see attraction in different ways? I just think she's great.
Yeah. Well, what about Pam Grier? Oh, that's another one that gets. Oh, she's great.
Oh yeah, Pam Grier.
Hey, you know that's coming out, isn't it, in 4K? What's it? One of her great. I saw it somewhere. It could even be Steelbook. So
what are we talking about?
What's the name? There's the Tarantino film coming out, isn't there? With her in. It might have already come out. What's it called? See, my brain is absolutely fried up.
Later this year, you've got Kill Bill 1 and 2, and you've got Jackie Brown.
That's it, Jackie Brown. There it is. Yeah, fantastic.
Right.
And that's the older Pam Grier in that. Tarantino was a big fan. Okay. Yeah, I've done this. I recently watched Gallow Walkers, a decent Western vampire films, and Wesley Snipes, a name that, we go back to remember. Not seen many Karloff films, Charles. Sorcerers and Curse of Crimson Altar most recently. So you've just seen Curse of Crimson Altar as well, Tony. I loved it.
It's all due to Talking Pictures and Rewind and all of that sort of channels, I tell you. And then when I like them, I go and order them. You know what I mean? It's like
Well, so I must get Sorcerers. I think that's on my list. It's a good Sorcerers.
Oh, it's a Tigan 88.
I think I'm definitely going to get one.
You remember when I showed off the cover and you went, "Oh, that's a lovely cover."
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it is. It's sort of a bit sci-fi, isn't it? Sorcerers. It sounds pretty good.
Oh, yeah. He's invented a machine, hasn't he?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Charles says, got that, Tony. It would take me months to find it. Oh, I'm not sure what he's on about there.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of I'm doing the blog, Mum.
Oh, I said I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Sorry, my mum's just going to bed. Bye, Mum. Bye,
Mum. Bye. Bookman Movies. Jamie says, I watched an Asian ghost film on Radiant's label called Visible Secret. Was a bit slow and convoluted, so a bit disappointing in the end. I know you're a big fan of the Radiant's label, aren't you? Asian Ghost Stories. So I'm sorry to hear that. Just Tech Radiance has announced today for June. Nothing for me. So
yeah, they've done some recent announcements, and I must admit, out of the two biggies that have just been released, there wasn't much for me either. I was looking at it and going, I don't know what it is. It's been a slow start, and the couple of announcements that have come out, there hasn't been that much.
Oh,
I mean, I know it's exciting for some. It's just I was going, what?
But I can see why Arrow have put out Friday the 13th. No, Jason X Antler Part 9, because A, they're not Paramount, either those, and B, they are the worst ones, which absolutely seem to have nothing really to do with the other Paramount films at all. They're really terrible, you know, and really are. It's unfortunate. I wouldn't pay any money. I'd be happy with Blu-rays I've got of them, and that's it, because they're not very good films.
Do you mind if I just make sure my mum gets upstairs?
Yeah,
it's
that's
just,
fine. We'll carry on.
I hope you don't mind, you people. I won't be long.
Okay. It's all right. We understand. It's all right. Yeah.
And don't mention Jerry Goldsmith while I'm gone.
Ah, you've done it. I nearly was going to say we got through a program without Jerry Goldsmith. Oh well, it had to happen. Yeah. Right. We've got. Yeah, Radiance's, I have to confess, I have not really. I think I've only got one of their releases, which was the Scream and Scream Again. And McMahon says, yeah, me neither. Charles says, found the Karloff film with the monkey. It's called The Ape. Oh, 1940s. Oh, sounds good. Yeah, I think he's good. I really like what I see of Boris Karloff. Great actor, really is. Well, sorry. Yeah, just absolutely impressed by him. I do like some noir, but the box set didn't really appeal. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Tony. I want Radiance to release a Blu-ray of The Station Agent. I adore that film. It announced Peter Dinklage to the world. Oh, right. I've heard that name. I've never watched. Oh, what is it? Game of Thrones, isn't it? That actor's name. I've never seen Game of Thrones, but he's a little bloke, isn't he? Yeah. The Hunting Party is supposed to be terrible, from what I hear. Oh, that's the Gene Hackman one. I don't know. I saw Oliver Reed, and I thought, oh, mind you, Oliver Reed has made some not so good films, but I do like Oliver Reed. Tony says, I really enjoy it, Jamie. And Jamie says, I heard it was very unforgiving. Oh. It was a very downbeat ending. Oh, yeah, that can be a bit, yeah. March or Die is in that box set, I think. Oh, right, yeah. That's why I was looking at it, Jamie. It's difficult to get on Blu-ray. The whole Gene Hackman death is just weird. I have a funny feeling one of his kids has something to do with their deaths. There has been a lot of speculation that things weren't right. I don't know, though. I just don't know. I wouldn't I wouldn't like to say, but there are going to be questions about it, certainly. Tony says it's strange his wife and a dog were found too. The dog you could understand, but his wife, yeah, that's been the mystery about it. And here's something interesting when you said, I read that his children were estranged from him. Yeah, exactly. Mukman Movies, Dell took me some effort to get in my package, but thank you extremely much. Excelsior, sir. We'll give you a mention in my March haul video. Oh, well, that's nice. That's it. That's good. The dog dead in a closet, though, very suspicious.
I heard my name.
Hello? Yeah, Mukman was just saying some nice things about you.
Well, that's a first.
Yeah, it says, look, Dell, took me some effort to get in my package, but thank you extremely much. Excelsior, sir, will give you a mention in my March haul video. There you are.
Honestly, look.
Yeah, you see?
I tell you, look, I'm going to say this to everybody, right? I don't buy friends. It's been mentioned in other channels that's how I make my friends. I'm a big community person, and if I feel somebody deserves something, or if I'm just lucky and I get something for nothing and I don't want it, then I look at my friends list and I go, oh, I wonder if that person would like this. Right? It's a no-brainer. I don't believe in going to keks and all of this sort of stuff. That's the sort of thing I do laugh. You know what I mean? So of course that's all I can really say. You know, it's my pleasure to send something to Muckman and something to you, Ian, and something to Denny and something to Steve. You know, I mean, I've done all these just recently. Stephen had a really bad time earlier on, where all of his equipment was blowing up, and I happened to have, you know, like 6 or 7 laptops kicking about, and he wanted a laptop. So I went, all right, here you go. You can have a laptop. Other people go, a laptop? You sent a laptop as a gift to someone. I've got them kicking about. I used to be a hardware manager. It's as much as a 50 pence thing to me. You know what I mean? It's like buying a pint for someone. Now, if you go into a pub, and remember, we're sitting in a pub together, Ian, right? Yeah. We're sitting in a pub together, right? Do you buy a pint to get a pint back? I've asked you a question, you sob.
Exactly. Sorry, I was just dealing with a bit of troll stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, I do understand.
Sorry, yeah.
But the question was, do you buy a pint to get a pint back, or do you just buy a pint because you want to buy him a pint?
Yeah, exactly. Spot on. You couldn't have said it better. That's true.
I look at it like that. Now, if I can afford it, great. If I can't afford it, I can't do it, right? It's as simple as that. Now, I just happen to have 2 copies of this film. And it was funny because he turned around and said, how come you keep getting these bloody duplicates? And I had to give him the answer. And I said, it's because companies are stupid, right? Yeah. What happened in this particular instance was I ordered 1 copy from one company and 1 copy from another. And one of the companies said, we've sent your order. And I happened to quickly go, oh, shit, I wonder if I ordered 2 copies. I went to it and I cancelled. Right? Yeah. A week later, it said, we've sent your order. And I've got the cancellation notice. Yeah. So, of course, I've got the email that says it's cancelled. So I phone them up and I go, do you want me to send this back? And they go, no, it's all right. You can keep it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, then I've got 2 copies, ain't I? Yeah, exactly. What am I going to do with bloody 2 copies of it? Yeah. Yeah. So it's not like I bought it and I've spent and I've given a £35 gift away. Right? It cost me bugger all. Yeah. In fact, the most expensive part of the lot was paying the postage. Yep. And the postage costs less than a pint of lager. Yeah. So it's just, I just wanted to say that because That is
Yeah.
the whole truth of things. I
Yeah,
don't
of
want people
course.
to think like, oh yeah, you bought your friends.
Yeah,
and the
it's these
MPs have got your
people who are
friends
so
and-
ignorant and stupid that they don't know anything, and that's that's how it is. I'm afraid it's the world we live in, but there we are. And then
in the olden days, I used to go into the chat rooms, and there were people in there, and they'd say something like, "Oh, I really wanted this film, but
yeah,
unfortunately, they don't ship to me in my
yeah,
where I'm at."
yeah,
And I'd go, "Well, I'll get it you,
yeah,
and then you can pay me the postage and
yeah,
and the thing for it." And I did that instantly. I didn't even give it a second glance.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't want somebody to think that they're going to miss out because they're in the wrong country, or they haven't got the money this month, but they've got it the next month, and all of
yeah,
that sort of stuff. Because as far as I'm concerned, hey, if you need 30-day terms on something, I'm your man. I'll get it here, and you can give me back in 30 days. I don't give a shit.
yeah.
Right? Because if I do buy something even on a card, you've got 30 days before they want the money.
That's
for it.
yeah. You have.
So I don't. So when my friend Denny turned around and said I can't order Jason X and all this sort of stuff because I'm a bit broke, I turned around and said, "Well, don't miss out on it, matey. If it comes to the point where it's just about to be shipped, I'll pay it.
Yeah, yeah,
You can give it me. You can give it me back the next month.
yeah.
I'd rather that than you miss out and then you find out that it's gone out of print.
Exactly.
You
That's
can't order
nice.
it.
Yeah, yeah. That's how you just are. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't know this bit about the dog in the closet. This is to do with the Gene Hackman thing.
Oh,
Tony says he missed that bit. I'd not heard about that dog in the closet, but everybody's looking suspiciously. Oh, here we are now. Question: favorite Blue Peter presenters? Oh God,
I don't know.
Oh.
Janet Fielding was nice, weren't it? Weren't she?
Yeah, let me think. I mean, I know I'm old, you see, but I would say she may not have been perhaps the most attractive, but I liked her, and that was Valerie Singleton. She was, I know my era, but she was so good at what she did.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You were born in the 20s, weren't you? So that's bound sure to be the one that you're going to choose.
And
I thought you were going to say Peter Purvis.
Yeah, I was going to. I'm going to say my favorite lineup is John Noakes, Peter Purvis, and Valerie Singleton. Even though I think Leslie Judd was perhaps in that era as well, because
they actually showed a documentary the other day of when things go wrong on TV. You know those crappy Channel 5.
Yeah.
She had to go onto a lighthouse one day, right?
Yeah.
And the only way to get onto this lighthouse was to lead a rope from the boat, right?
Yeah.
That could crash into the shore at any moment.
Yeah.
And leading up to the door, right? And it was funny because she nearly fell into the river twice.
Yeah.
Into the sea twice.
Yeah.
But I think for me it would be Janet Fielding. I think for me.
Right, and who else? Who are the others?
Oh, if you're talking about my era, it would obviously be John Noakes and Shep.
Yeah,
But I mean, I even liked John Noakes when he had his own show, didn't he? Because he had a split-off show from Blue.
Yeah, I forgot what it was called. He did all sorts of stunts and things, didn't he? Going all over the place. I like Peter Purvis as a presenter. I think he was fine. Yeah. So Tony says Peter Purvis, Val Singleton, Leslie Judd, and John Noakes. Yeah, very similar to me, really. Then Charles Duncan says, I bought the whole series of Little House on, I suppose that's Little House on the Prairie, on DVD. They put it onto Blu-ray cheaper, the bastards. Did they? Really? Wow. Yeah, I can see.
You know
would be a
why
bit
that
big.
is, though, don't you? When back in the day when DVDs were coming out as box sets and stuff, there was that many discs, and they put them in hard cardboard boxes like we like
Oh,
to see
yeah,
these
yeah.
days, right? And then later on, when they come out on Blu-ray, you could fit more episodes on the discs and then put them in them cheap
Yeah,
plastic cases. So,
yeah.
of course, I suppose they did make it a
The
bit cheaper, I
costs
suppose.
be lower, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I can understand why you would feel pissed off by that. And then it says, looks like Ian's breakfast is here. Oh, that's one takeaway.
Yeah.
Long enough for half a dozen in that bag. Yeah, well, yeah. I don't get
bloody
any.
hell.
I'm sorry, I could have a nibble, but there's nothing for me. It just all goes, disappears.
I told you.
Yeah,
Tell that
disappears.
bastard to get his lunch before 8 o'clock.
Yeah. And
He only makes us all hungry.
John notes is definitely top 3. I'd include Sarah Green in my top 3. Maybe Anthea Turner making Tracy Island. Yeah, Tracy Island thing. That's quite famous, isn't it? That, but
well, it is.
Yeah,
it is. I thought Sarah Green was quite good because she also did the technology programs for Tomorrow's World and all that sort of stuff.
And
but then again,
so
did Maggie Philbin, and I didn't get on with her at all. Maggie Philbin. I didn't know what Keith Chegwin. I didn't know what Keith Chegwin saw in her, to be quite honest.
But I remember Anthea Turner used to pop up in all sorts of places, and whatever happened to her? Now I don't know if anybody had known.
Well, after what you mean after the Generation game?
No, that's a different one. No, Anthea Turner's different, not the one in the Generation game. What was her name? That Bruce's wife. I've forgotten her. Anyhow, I'll move on to Steve's Gaming. Hello, Steve. Welcome. Hi, guys. Sorry I missed a lot. Got the mother of all migraine, so I'll drop you one question, Ian Dale. List your top 3 underrated sci-fi films ever. Underrated is always an interesting word, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because I always get confused by that underrated thing, because every time I mention a film, they'll go, oh, that was number 1 in the box office for about 4 weeks. And I'm going, well, bloody hell.
I can think of one straight away, which is Millennium. I absolutely love Millennium. I doubt if anybody talks about it. Chris Christopherson. Wonderful film.
I talked to you about that film.
Blu-ray. I've got it on Blu-ray and absolutely love it.
I've only got it on DVD.
Because we have actually, I think we've had this question a few weeks ago. I've forgotten what else I said. I just remember Millennium.
By the way, just to answer everybody, right? Anthea Redfern was Bruce's wife, so it was
Anthea
Redfern.
Right?
Yeah. When I was talking about Maggie Philbin. That's who was married to Keith Chegwin. That's totally true. That was totally true. Because Muckman said Sarah Green was married to Mike Smith. Well, that's true. Yeah. But I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about Sarah Green. Yeah. Sarah Green didn't even come up in my vocabulary. To be honest. But underrated sci-fi films. Yeah. It's difficult, you see, because I would say Battle Beyond the Planets. You know that the Roger Corman, John Walton, John Boy Walton in it, with George Peppard and that, that's I would say that's underrated because a lot of people now consider that to be a great film. Wow, a very enjoyable film, should I say. A
film that stands out to me, but a lot of younger people and a lot of current sort of generation people don't mention. But if you look in history books and everything about history of film, then it's mentioned, is Things to Come, written by H.G. Wells.
Just bear with me, hang on. But it's called Battle Beyond the Stars because Muckman's just said that. And I'll tell you
Yeah.
one film that you said last time when we had this question. You said Cocoon.
Yeah, Cocoon, definitely, yeah.
And I said Batter is not included.
Yes, yeah. But I think Things to Come is a major sci-fi films. I mean, this is in the 1930s, for goodness sake. Things to Come. I think it's, let's say 1939, I think it is, something like that. And it's 1939. And it's an amazing film. To get that vision that H.G. Wells wanted at what they had at the time. I've heard people say, "Oh, it's a bit boring." You always say that because it's quite long, but I think it's really good.
Would you say Time After Time, which has got H.G. Wells going back in time to kill Jack the Ripper?
I don't think that's underrated.
Would you say that was a science fiction film, or would you say it's a horror film, or would you say it's just a fantasy?
I think it's more sci-fi with a bit of horror, but the horror is, of course, Jack the Ripper, but it's not mainly. I think it's more sci-fi, but with a bit of horror in it. That's how I would.
It's about the time machine at the end of the day.
Yes. That's what I mean. It's got more sci-fi in than horror, but that's just another element to it. But I think most people rate that highly now. I think it's highly rated.
I love The Day the Earth Stood Still, right?
Yeah.
And some people will say that's too high class, that's well known, blah blah. And I'm turning around and going, possibly, you see. But it's just that if you go far enough back, people go, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what.
Or dare I say it? If they're in black and white, people start going, "Woo."
And then there's this island, then there's this island Earth, and there's all sorts of science fiction stuff. I mean, I like the Incredible Shrinking Man.
Yeah.
And not many people talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, that scene at the end where he's battling a spider and he kills it with a nail is absolutely fantastically shot,
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it is a well-known science fiction film to people that like science fiction. To other people, I mean, you could turn around and say The Fly is a horror science fiction again.
Yeah.
But everybody knows The Fly.
Yeah.
But everybody knows, I think, The Fly, but probably people that are younger than me will remember The Fly because they saw it after they saw the remake, which was done by Mel Brooks' company. Mel Brooks, by the way, funded that film. Mel Brooks, right? And everybody knows it. Jeff Goldblum, Gina Davis,
exactly.
all the horror. My God, half of his face was falling off. Blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, I remember the black and white with Vincent Price.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Now, do you think that the term sci-fi has changed a lot? I think it's got broader in its
very much so.
If you go back to early 60s and 50s, sci-fi was a different definition. Definitely. A lot of people, let's face it, a lot of people originally thought, oh, sci-fi is all aliens and space and all that. But then people started to realize, oh, it's not. What about dystopian futures? What about the Earth? Things happening on Earth. And then it's widened as it's gone along. People said, yeah, that's sci-fi. But then you've got the question, what about fantasy? Is, for instance, Mysterious Island, is that sci-fi or fantasy?
Yeah, it's difficult. Anyway, look, we're going to be here forever. I'm going to list my definitive three underrated are Battle Beyond the Stars, Explorers, Battery's not included.
Brilliant. That's all we need. Yeah, I think I've given mine. I've mentioned all sorts. So
Yeah.
Right. Laugh out loud. The trolls are in. Rock God was one who started.
I think the less.
Thank you,
I think the less.
Jamie.
I think
Thank
Ian,
you
the less
so much.
said about. I think the less said about that, the better.
Yeah.
I don't want to call the.
That,
Don't want to call them
they
more.
were in. I got rid of them. I'm just sorry. These people have nothing more interesting to do. They haven't. No. You're earning your salary tonight, Tony. Yeah. Don't mention council tax. Water bill's gone up by 30%. What? 30%? Oh God, that's the last thing.
Yeah, I paid the water bill today.
I dread to look at ours. Oh God.
Just
Anyhow,
think how much.
that's cheered me up.
Just
really
think how
cheered
much
me
it's. Just think how much it's gone up for my mum and me. We've got Thames water.
Oh, they're sods. Yeah.
Well, no, Thames Water have gone bust. They're
Oh,
asking.
okay. Sorry, I just know that.
They said if you put your bill up by 50%, all you'll be doing is paying the interest off of the loan that they've just got.
Wow. Oh. Well, who's running it then now? Who's taken over?
Who's running it now? I should think Mary, Mungo, and Midge. I should think, because I'll tell you what. I don't know who's running that company.
He probably tried.
Probably Mr. Ben. He decided he didn't want to go to that clothes store anymore.
Yes, he's probably right. Oh dear.
I'll tell you who's running. Yeah, I'll tell you who's running Thames Water. Bagpuss.
Oh, Bagpuss. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because Bagpuss goes to sleep, and then everybody else goes to sleep, and then no bugger does any waterworks.
Oh dear. Yeah. Right.
They just let it drain all over the tarmac.
Yeah. Anyhow, I'm sorry. I must always do this. Please, if you're new to watching us here, or even if you're a regular and haven't subscribed to Delboy's channel, then please subscribe. I've put the link in the description. It's there, so just click it. He's got an absolutely superb channel. He's a great guy. Please, go over to his channel and look at it and see how good it is and subscribe. It really is he's a great guy.
That's very nice of you. I know that I owe you a $5 from last week for doing that.
Yeah, I know.
I'll send you a $10. So I'll send you a $10 this week.
And I put the link in the description so you can see the link there. So thank you anyhow. So let's see what have we got here.
It made me laugh this week because I said, "Oh, by the way, here's the next comment. It comes from my friend Ian. We do a little chat on Wednesday. Yeah. If you haven't gone through the channel, go do this." And then I read out your comments and I go, and then he's just about to talk about Brutality, which basically he says that it's the worst film he's ever seen and it's the bleakest piece of shit that I know. Christ
not quite that one, but yeah.
And I go, what a bastard. I said, there I have. I just bigged him up, and he's just turned around and said, right load of shit about a film that
yeah.
And then he bigs up a film that's so boring, it's unbelievable. And I like this guy. What's all this shit?
Well, the Oscar people obviously loved the Brutalist. They obviously have no idea, but there you are. So, and Steve Gavin says, "Well done, Toyota, for banning these knuckle ragging scumbags." Yeah, you're quite right. And then Jamie says, "Yeah, it's okay, Jamie. I'm due a salary increase." So Ian promised. I know Delboy said he's a very generous guy. He's Delboy, and he said he'll sort it out with you. Right.
Anyway, I'm just gonna say it. I like the Brutalist. It is bleak, but I thought
yeah. No, that's fair enough. It's I think maybe as a character, I suppose you can argue it doesn't cover over anything. it shows that he wasn't he had a lot of problems. He was a heroin addict. So there's lots of things there, which that's why I say it's bleak. But it doesn't, it's not afraid to show all that kind of stuff.
I'll tell you what I did like. I did like the music in it.
Yeah, well, I think you mentioned that before. But you liked the film, didn't you? Really? I mean, that's fine. A lot of people did enjoy the film.
What I actually said was, I can understand why people would be divided by it, because A, it's a very long film, and B, it's bleak.
Yeah.
But I did say this: sometimes you've got to watch a bleak film. I mean, Schindler's List isn't a laugh, is it?
Yeah.
Right. And you really don't want to sort of like put down a film because it's bleak, because it's supposed to be bleak. It's supposed to tell.
I get that.
It's supposed to sort of like portray the strifes of an immigrant, right?
Yeah.
And remember, I told you about the Full Monty. I said, look, although it's a comedy, you don't have sort of like all the Christmas decorations up and the job centre all freshly coloured and painted and stuff. Because you're supposed to be talking about
Schindler's List may be bleak, but there is a lot of hope in it.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's got that hope. I don't think The Brutalist has much hope in it.
No, it doesn't. And I'd agree with
that. That's a criticism, surely. There's no hope whatsoever, and that's maybe. People can argue that reflects life.
I'll sum it up like this, and I don't know if anybody else agrees.
Yeah.
I think it's a story well told.
Yeah. And I still don't understand the actions and to say that one scene in the film. I'm not going to go into it, but I don't understand.
No, I understand.
It just didn't. It didn't seem to fit in. I don't know why it's there. Anyhow. There's a saying, Steve, thumbs up. You never know, Ian might send you a box of unwanted DVDs as recompense.
Recompense.
Recompense. And they're laughing. Yeah. Question: favorite Robin Hood film?
Recompense. I'd be lucky to get 10 pence from him.
Recompense. We've got a poet now. We've got a poet here. Recompense, 10 pence. Oh boy! Right. Anyway, then, what's your favorite Robin Hood film?
Between three.
We pick one.
Hang on. I'll try and choose one of them. It's Robin and Marion, or Robin Hood by Ridley Scott, or the Robin Hood with Errol Flynn.
Yeah.
And I'll probably go with the Ridley Scott one.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
But Robin and Marion, such a an ending that I didn't see coming. I mean, that is great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an underrated film anyway, right, as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, Errol Flynn is great as Robin Hood, because I remember it as a kiddie, and it didn't bother me about the accents and all of that sort of stuff. I just thought, wow, what a film.
Yeah.
And the Robin Hood with Ridley Scott was because it told a different sort of side. It wasn't like the Americanized versions of Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, how the hell did Kevin Costner get from the White Cliffs of Dover to Sherwood Forest in under a day? I mean, Jesus Christ, man. You couldn't do that if you had an Audi R8 and you filled with petrol and traveling at 180 miles an hour, right? You couldn't frigging do that. So I'll tell you what, a lot of people won't even mention this, but one of the first things I saw at Kiddies Club, at the cinema, was Robin Hood by Disney, the cartoon.
Oh yeah. Now that is a good film. I forgot about that.
But I still don't count that as my favorite.
I would say that's the last great Disney cartoon in 2D. It's the last of the best. Possible. I may be wrong. There might be another one.
The Aristocats was all right. The Aristocats was all right.
Was that afterwards? I thought that was.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, Yeah, because I
It might
like all
not
the
be.
2D ones.
They're very close together.
Yeah.
I saw Robin Hood and the Aristocats as a double bill.
Yeah.
How you like that?
Now Robin Hood, it did come out as a film, even though its origins are television, and it's the one with Peter Cushing in, and the Robin Hood was Richard Green, is it? I think it is.
Well, that's a movie version of the TV series, isn't it?
That's right, but it did get us. It did. Indicator released it as well. It did actually get a cinema release. This one with Peter Cushing in, and obviously he was the TV Robin Hood, but they got him in. He did a film. They did a film version. So anything with Peter Cushing, and he makes a great, as you can imagine, he's just brilliant as the Sheriff of Nottingham. But I think my favourite, because I think probably because of my dad, is the Errol Flynn version.
Yeah,
I just love it, and I think it's to do with that, really. My dad.
For all the people that just turn around and say, "Look, he's got an American accent. It's stunning America. It's nothing
good.
like what it's supposed to be." Blah blah blah. I mean, I didn't. I mean, that's where Mel Brooks comes in, doesn't he? Because I mean, he parodied Robin Hood, didn't he? Robin Hood, Men in Tights, or something.
Oh yes.
And he says, he says, I'm the only one with an English accent. Blah, 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 you know, I mean, and you know that's where it sort of like all comes from. But, you know, I didn't really like Robin Hood Men in Tights. I didn't like the song for a start.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Women in tights, right? You know, I mean, I thought it was even Young Frankenstein made me wince a little bit with putting on the Ritz, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, a song has to be in it somewhere for Mel Brooks, doesn't it? I mean, he sings High Anxiety, doesn't he? In his Hitchcock parody, and you know.
Let's see what we've got here. Tony, oh my God, I don't want all that back. No, he's laughing there. Mine is the Disney version with the fox. There you are.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, lovely. Brilliant.
I didn't know if anybody had mentioned it, but
yeah. And then Tony, the laughing there. Tony says, I like Flynn's as a swashbuckler. Cosner overall and Crows. Oh yeah, I forgot about as most historically accurate. Do you know I've not seen that Russell Crowe? Though I may have it on DVD. One that Tony sent. I may have that one. I haven't got around to watching it, so I'll have a look
Russell
at that
Crowe.
And I could be. I may be wrong on that.
Russell Crowe is the one that I talked about, the Ridley Scott film.
Is that the Ridley Scott one?
Yes.
Oh right. Right. I've not seen it. No.
It starts off with a siege trying to get into a castle.
Yeah.
And he's put into stocks.
Yeah.
While they find out that King Richard has been killed, and then it talks about the crown and all of the rest of the stuff, right? And it's just a grittier version because the battles are almost like Waterloo battles, you know. So it looks realistic. It's like blood, gore, swords going into people, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
we're not talking about the Disneyfied. Oh my God, you know, he fires an arrow and he splits an arrow in half and all of that sort of stuff. It's not all that shitty stuff. It's he fires an arrow and it hits somebody in the eye. You know what I mean? It's that sort of bloody thing. You know, a proper war. You know, proper battles and stuff. Yeah. So, Costner's was all right, if I remember rightly. Robin Hood, Prince, you know, the Prince of Thieves. Yeah. There was a British version of Robin Hood that came out in the same month, and it died a death, and it had Patrick Bergen in it.
Oh yes, you're right. I vaguely remember that one.
I
Yeah.
can't remember what the title of it was, but it had Patrick Bergen in it.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it died.
Yeah.
It died a death because
Well, it
everybody was
would.
listening to
Yeah.
that bloody song. Everything I do it for you, and all the rest of the shit. You know,
That's the
that went
Kevin
along with it.
Costner one, isn't it?
Yeah, because they
Yeah.
came out at the same time. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Stephen Moles says Errol Flynn was great as Robin Hood, and also Basil Rathbone as the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be great. Lovely. Yeah. What about the Connery film? Well, there we are. He's already mentioned it, haven't you?
Well, you know, I bought it, didn't I? Remember, I showed you the cover for it. I said, "Look, I bought it for $5 in that sale when I went." It's a great film. I've always loved that film. It's just one of those ones where I'm not prepared to pay like 20 quid for it. When it came to $5, I bought it.
Yeah.
But it's a lovely film, and the ending, like I say, when they well, should I say what the ending is? No, I'm not going to say what the ending is. I'll say that the closing shot is he fires an arrow out the window of the tower that he's in, and it's to do with wherever it lands or something. Will tell our tale, because it's not nice what happens to them, but he didn't mind in the end. Because it was all it was all Marion that did it all, really.
Stephen Wells says, I like the Robin Hood film starring Patrick Bergen. Came out around the same time as the Kevin Costner version. Yeah, that's what we said. Yeah, that's good. Tony says, I've seen it on TV. I'd forgotten about it, to be honest. It's as good a portrait of later years. That reminds me, I saw the sheriff, Robert Shaw, in Figures in a Landscape with Malcolm McDowell recently. Wow. I like Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's direct. Oh, and as soon as you say Joseph Losey, I'm in straight away. What a brilliant director he was. Absolutely. Genius. Tony says, Stephen, I've seen that on TV. I think it gets overlooked. What? You've never heard of Joseph Losey? Oh, my giddy aunt. Wow.
You know what? I haven't.
Wow. He was a director who came over from America because he did a lot of films in sort of 40s and 50s and got on the blacklist. And he ended up coming over, and he did some great early films. But his real classic that really put him on the map was The Servant. You heard of The Servant? Right. With Bogart in it. Wow, it's such a great film, The Servant, and he just did it. And it's done, of course, a film that I really loved, The Go-Between with Julie Christie. That's one of his films. That's absolutely brilliant. He directed Stanley Baker as well in various films. And Stanley Baker, another great actor. Some of those early 60s films. He's a great. He got blacklisted, which did happen, I'm afraid, to some of these directors. But he came over here and did well. I love the TV series in the 80s. Robin Hood.
Robin Hood.
Oh yes, of course. That
was with it was Clan Ed that did the music, wasn't it?
Yeah, Clan Ed. It was beautiful music, wasn't it? Yeah.
And Sean Connery's son took over.
That's Jason Connery, but there's somebody before that who took the role. Jason Connery was second.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying that Sean Connery's son took over the
I can't think of that. Was it Michael Priord or something?
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah. I like that. I thought it had a good atmosphere. They did this Earn the Hunter sort of mythology, and I thought it was really good.
Yeah, it was all to do with the spirits of the forest.
Yeah, I like that. I thought it was a good take on it. It was a different take.
Of course, course, Maid Marian was a bit of a babe in that, weren't she? With the old red hair.
That's right. Oh yes, she was. Yeah.
She was
Actually,
right.
I think that's out on DVD, Blu-ray. I'm sure it is, that series. It's still around.
And then, if you were a kiddie, you'd watch things like Maid Marian and Her Merry Men.
Oh yeah,
with Tony Robinson.
Tony Robinson, yes, yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Yeah, that was good, very funny.
If you're a kiddie, I should think that was probably the best way to see Robin Hood.
That would have been a highlight. Yeah, definitely. Anyhow, let's
maybe we can blame wokeness on the fact that that's where everything all started to be, where Robin Hood turned into a woman and all that sort of stuff.
What made Marion in charge? Yeah. Right. Tony says he's done some enjoyable films, Jamie, too. Worth checking out his filmography. I think he was an exile from the McCarthy Witch Hunts. That's Losey we're on about, the director. That's true. He came over here and did a great career over here. Muckman puts his thumbs up. Oh, yeah, he said it. Look, The Servant, The Go-Between. Oh, Accident, Stanley Baker. It's in that. 3 of favourites of mine. Brilliant. They're all brilliant. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen
The Servant. Anybody who wants to see a film, 1963 it is, I think, The Servant. It is brilliant. Honestly.
Hang on. All right. I'll write it down.
Yeah, that's it. You see what you think about it. Yeah. You need some 60s films. Yeah. You need to watch some 60s films, but it's a very much and actually you might like the jazz soundtrack to it. Johnny Dankworth.
I don't mind as long as it ain't that bloody Cleo.
It does. She does sing one of the songs.
Oh wow, bugger that.
But you can't get the soundtrack. I wanted to get the soundtrack to get a particular song that she does in it, but I couldn't get hold of the soundtrack and I couldn't find it. But
you know what I say to that? I'll tell you what I say to that. You dodged a bloody bullet.
I like it. But so if you put that aside, seriously, it's a really good film. It stands up really well still. And The Go-Between I like The Go-Between. Julie Christie in that. An Accident as well. Stanley Baker. Fantastic film. Michael Praed as Robin, one of my favorite on-screen portrayals of Robin. Yeah, brilliant. We mentioned that. Yeah. Yes, that gave it a mystical, spiritual background. I've got the Network set. Don't tell James. Yeah, actually, I haven't mentioned it.
I love the soundtrack. I bought the soundtrack.
The Clannad one. Yeah.
I remember it came out at the same time as Enigma and all of that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? So
yeah, James hasn't come in, has he?
I was well into all that church bollocks, being in pop music.
Yeah. They had a big hit in the charts with Harry's Game. It was from a TV
Harry's
series.
Game, yeah.
It was a big hit. Yeah, I've got that somewhere. That I love their music. It was a lot of it was sang in Gaelic on the album.
I'll tell you what. We were talking about this the other day. My mum's first TV single. Remember that my dad bought soundtrack albums, right?
Yeah.
But my mum's first TV theme she ever bought as a single was Van der Valk.
Oh yeah, that was in the charts. I remember it. What was it called? The actual theme tune. It was by Simon Park Orchestra. Did it? And I remember
they were on top of the pop. They were on top of the pops, weren't they?
Yeah,
they had
Simon
the whole band.
But
it was named after the conductor, wasn't it? The band.
What was it called? I should know it, but anyhow, anyhow. But yeah, Network. It's a regret that I wish I'd have had the first at least the first series on network. I should have got
I'll tell you what, you won't have
Yeah.
any trouble finding. You won't have any trouble finding the the last BBC Robin Hood production that came out.
Oh, right.
You know the one that was. My dad thought it was all right. Me, I thought this is Merlin with arrows.
I can't remember that. Oh,
it was
dear.
like Merlin with arrows.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
of
If you ever-
course, yeah. I never. Do you know? I never watched them. I forgot about the BBC one. It didn't. I know this sounds wrong, but it didn't look like Robin Hood to me.
No,
that sounds silly, but it didn't look like.
I said to my dad, "Why are you watching this? It's nothing like." He said, "It's actually all right when you get into it." And I went, "Nah."
My dad was.
I said to my dad, I said, "The only reason you're watching it is because the football scores have just finished and it came on straight afterwards."
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's the only reason you're watching it, because you can't get off your ass and you just thought, I'll sit here and watch whatever the next program is.
I think it must have been on at least 3 or 4 years, at least.
No, it was on before. It was 3 to 4 seasons.
Yeah, which is pretty good.
And the reason it was taken off of air was, I think, because it cost so too much money.
Yeah, and they did that Merlin then, didn't they? Was it?
Oh yeah, and then Merlin cost too much money.
Yeah, that was. I just didn't seem right when I saw it.
And the last thing the BBC did, which was with Mark Addy, was that there was that Atlantis thing about the lost city of Atlantis.
I don't remember that one.
Where they went underwater and they found Atlantis. And they couldn't work out how to get back.
Was it a flop?
It flopped big time. It was almost like Gladiators, but underwater. It was sort of, it was just trash.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't have chosen Mark Addy, would you? I don't know. It doesn't seem to fit, but there we are.
Well, he was in Game of Thrones, you see.
I've never seen that. Yeah. Right. Tony says, anyone seen Robin Hood Men in Tights directed by Mel Brooks? I've never seen it because it got bad reviews. I've never seen it, but you've seen it, haven't you?
It's got a bad reputation. If you go in thinking it's funny like Spaceballs, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
It's funny from a certain point of view, but you'd come away, I think, being disappointed if you're a real Mel Brooks fan. Because I'm a real Mel Brooks fan, right? Now I'll watch The History of the World Part 1. I'll watch High Anxiety. I'll watch Young Frankenstein, Blazing Saddles. Now I could name the lot, you know.
Yeah.
I even like the film Life Stinks, and that's a pretty poor film of Mel Brooks, right?
Yeah.
And when I watched that, it's got this sort of like, he tries to do this Men in the Hood type thing, you know, got black brothers and they all go, we're in the hood, and all of this sort of stuff. And I'm just going, nah, sorry. Don't find this funny at all.
Oh dear.
You know what I mean? It's all got that chastity belt type thing, you know, trying to get Marion's knickers off with a chastity belt. All that sort of shit.
It don't work, in other words.
Not really.
Right. Stephen Mole says it's amazing how much Never Say Never Again goes for on eBay. I've seen it on there sold for over £80. Crazy. You would never pay £80 for that. Oh, boy.
And like I said, I truly believe that the only reason that price is like that is because people realize that when they buy the big box set of Bond films, that one's not in it.
Yeah.
And then when you're a collector and you find out that there was another film, and then you find out that it couldn't be in there because it wasn't part of the set, it has nothing to do with it. You then find, because I bet you any money if you look up Casino Royale, which some say is a spiritual first James Bond film. You know, there were 7 James Bond in that. You know, Woody Allen was one of them.
That's it. David Niven and
You'll probably find that one's 30 quid. Or 40
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean? Yeah,
because it's all because it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I would say to anybody, don't bother buying it at that price. Just really, it's a waste of money.
You got to be joking.
Yeah, it is a real waste of money. It would be
80 quid. Take it
Yeah.
like this: for 80 quid, you could buy the 50 years box set with all of the bonds put
Yeah,
together. I
yeah,
mean,
you can
Jesus
get all the
Christ.
proper ones. But you know, for me, it was not really being a sort of music soundtrack person. That is a good example of a film where the lack of soundtrack is really shows. It's really bad. You cannot have a Bond film without a good Bond soundtrack. I think that is so true. You've got to have his theme tune.
I'm the one who said that. La, la,
Yeah,
la, la,
but
la.
it's true. And it's a good example of, you know, you pointing out of a film, you know, because I don't know. I've not noticed over years soundtracks that much at all. And when you see that film, you think, oh my God, this is lacking. It really is.
Anyway, it's 20 to 11. Hurry up.
Yeah. Okay. Never seen Men in Tights. Tony Hawk, and I've been told to hurry up. I think some of these scalpers on eBay just cling to an uncommon film and just sell them at ridiculous prices. They do. They're just ridiculous.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Sean Connery doing Never Say Never Again. It's all about the Benjamins. Yeah.
Well, Sean Connery always said it's all about sticking the finger up cubby, but it's all about the Benjamins as well.
Some scalpers may scour charity shops for rare titles. Many people donating probably don't know how much they're worth. I'm afraid that's possibly true as well now. Increasingly, I can imagine there are people going around charity shops looking for rare things. Yeah. I watched, this is Muckman, I watched an episode of Hancock's Half Hour this week. It's sad to say that his comedic genius will be forgotten after my generation has passed on. Yeah, I think that's true.
I did like some Hancock's Half Hour, but I suppose the ones I like are the ones that everybody knows, which is the
famous
Blood
ones,
the Radio Ham, you know.
Yeah. Tony said this is interesting, and I think this is true. He says, I have Hancock's two films, Rebel and Punch and Judy Man. They're okay, but not brilliant in my opinion. Yeah, I think I would probably think that. I've not actually seen them.
I've got Punch and Judy Man.
Yeah.
And I always get confused over those two films, Rebel and Punch and Judy Man, because when you read up about Hancock, they always turn around and said one of those films was supposed to make Hancock his breakout film for America, but it never worked out.
Yeah.
And he was always depressed because of that, because he returned back to England after filming it. And then basically, you know, the rest, he committed suicide.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Punch and Judy Man or Rebel, or whether it's, I think that's it. It's one of them. I just don't know. But I know that one of it just wasn't funny. He was a clown or something.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure it's Punch and Judy Man.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure of it.
McMahon says his chemistry with Sid James in Half Hour was fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't get on very well.
Yeah.
Well, if you believe all of the BBC folklore about Steptoe and Son not liking each other, you'll know that Hancock resented Sid James after a while because he was getting to be as well known as Hancock, and then it was his show.
I think what you just said about, I know it's another topic, we won't go into it, but I think it has been overplayed, that about them not getting on.
Oh, of course it is.
Definitely.
If you listen to the daughter and son of Harry H. Corbett, you'll say they were very cordial to each other.
Yes,
they weren't best of buddies, but then at the end of the day, they're not supposed to be. They're working actors working on a show together. You don't naturally then go for a
socialize
or whatever it is. And he said my father would want to come home and put me to bed. He didn't really want to socialize and do all of that.
Exactly. People forget that. I think because people are actors, they forget it's a job. Is acting. It's not something that they just carry on doing.
And to be quite honest, it's that thing again. And I'll say it again. I'll say it all the time. You know, where you're guilty by association, or you stir the fire by remaining silent. Galton and Simpson never turned round and said, "Oh, honestly, we saw them on set and they're really, really happy and all of this sort of stuff." They never put, when all of this was going on, they stayed, they were stiff-lipped about it all.
Yeah.
Now they could have put in the bed by just turning around and saying, "Look, we hired these people. We were on set an awful lot. We never saw any fighting and bitterness towards them and all of this sort of stuff."
Yeah.
Right. So it's that thing again of, is silence the best way? Is guilty by association something that we ought to put?
As I always say, I always remember seeing him when Harry H. Corbett died, and he was broke. He was in tears. He was really upset. Now, you don't get upset if you don't like somebody or really.
Even if you find out that the only thing that you're remembered for is that one hit show, you then got to turn around and say, when the other ones died, I've just lost my best partner. I can no longer do that show. It's an end of an era. I'm never gonna be talking to that person again. All of that sort of stuff. Of course it is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, do you remember seeing Ernie Wise when Eric had died?
Christ, yeah. He did things like give us a clue and all of that sort of stuff, and he was never the same. Never the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow,
and again, they did vaudeville together and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
He was a child. He was a child dancer, wasn't he? Ernie Wise.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna ever pick any, those are the two that people mentioned: the Blood Donor.
Well, they came out on album. You could buy it on tape. There was the video that came out. It was a myth. It was talked about as one of those shows that had never been rebroadcast. And basically, when it was, it had millions watch it because it hadn't been seen in 20 years. And
I picked up a best of Hancock, and those two are the best. The rest. I wasn't particularly
take it like this. When I was getting back into listening to audio tapes, right? You know, the Blood Donor and the Radioham and all of that, right? I was buying all of the stuff that used to be radio plays, you know, right? That BBC brought out. There's that John Pertwee one, the Navy Lark, right? I bought all the Navy Lark, believe it or not. I bought every single tape of the Navy Lark. Do you know what? I listened to them once. I've never listened to them twice, and yet they are considered comedy gold. And I'm going,
they are, yeah.
Well, I found it all right, but I didn't think it was that funny. But you got to remember, they were broadcast at a time where that's all you listened to.
That's
it was like
television was, well, it wasn't there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
People forget that television didn't really get going until 70s, really. You know, I mean, we had one in 60s. It was a very small television, extremely small they were.
Did it have the big magnifying lens? Did it have the big magnifying lens at the front?
We were lucky to have it. It was just all covered in this little screen. Oh dear. Right. Oh, this is interesting. This is Tony. With regard to DeForest Kelley, here you are. I have the 1958, The Law and Jake Wade with Robert Taylor and Richard Widmark. Wow. They're big names, Taylor and Widmark. They died with their boots on, the Flynn Custer film. I don't have it. I have the Robert Shaw version. All right. Okay.
Now, you see, when he mentions all of those, I bet you any money I've seen they died with their boots on, because that rings a bell.
Yeah. So he's in that.
But it's funny because if I did see it, I don't remember DeForest Kelley being in it.
No, it may not have been a very big part. I don't know.
The one thing my dad used to laugh at, this is the one thing my dad used to laugh at, the people that would come on the Westerns, right? And me, you see, my mum and everything, we'd all watch telly together, right? This is back in the day when we all sat down and watched telly together. And he said, that guy, look, with that shirt, we've got a tea towel out there with the same design.
Yeah.
And he used to make everybody laugh with that joke because if you have a look, every single bloody Western that you see, they've all got the same pattern on our tea towels. Like black and white checkered or red and white checkered or whatever it was. And all of our tea towels in our kitchen were made out of were Western tea towels in our house.
Oh, crikey.
We used to turn around and say, look, we got the whole wardrobe to high noon in our kitchen.
Oh, dear.
But it was funny because they have got that toweling black and white thing going on.
Yeah.
Their shirts, they were either plain, like the Lone Ranger, blue, with a sort of like lace thing or something around here, or they were checkered. They were like lumberjack shirts.
Oh. Right.
Anyway, carry on. We'll be here forever.
Mukman Movies. The episode I watched was he was entering loads of newspaper competitions and became a millionaire. But Sid James became his manager agent and squandered it all. It was very funny. Do you know, I don't remember that one. That sounds good.
I probably have seen it, but I won't have remembered it. I remember when because every time I used to watch it, it was always Sid James and Hancock trying to go out with two girls, and he'd be the one that was sort of like left to the side, and Sid James would get off with one of them, but the other one, he was being Mardy and all that sort of stuff. It was always like that. Or it was about the fireplace, or it was about, you know what I mean? It was always something in the room that needed doing or something, like it's putting up a shelf or something, you know? It was that sort of comedy, really.
Tony says, Heartbeat was mostly filmed around, Goatland, Whitby, and Otley, Ian. Otley? Hey, by heck. We're filming Otley. Yeah.
I told you, Heartbeat.
Yorkshire.
It was filmed in Narnia.
Yeah.
It's up north.
And now this is interesting. To be honest, I prefer Eric Sykes' comedy to Hancock. I think you're probably right, actually. I think
different styles of comedy.
Yeah. There's something about Eric Sykes. It may be a different style of comedy, but there's something warmer about him.
Did you see that? Did you see that 60 Years of Sykes on Channel 5 2 weeks ago?
No. Oh, was that good?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, it talked about. I didn't know that he was deaf. You know, he had he had a problem.
I know you mentioned that.
He got an infection that if you got it and you didn't get it seen quickly, then you would lose your hearing.
He didn't. Wow.
He was 3 days away from losing his hearing, but he never recovered from it, and he had to play the guitar or something.
Oh.
He had to play that Deer Hunter music or something.
Yeah.
And he used to get on there and play the guitar, but actually he wasn't playing it. It was like somebody called John Williams or something in the background or whatever it was. He couldn't. But apparently he was absolutely pitch perfect on the guitar playing this music, even though he was deaf. It was just amazing. Something that he combated. He wouldn't let that. He wouldn't let that sort of like
get in his way.
Life.
Yeah.
But I think the big thing that basically saddened him and basically killed him off was when the BBC basically said, "Your old hat, we don't need you anymore."
Sad.
You know, like they did with all of the generation of comedians because of alternative comedy.
And ITV got rid of Benny Hill pretty quickly as well. Oh dear.
It is sad. It is sad because
it is. It's
if you want to put a bad light on alternative comedy, it all comes across as a let's get rid of the old crowd and we're the new crowd. And it shouldn't have been like that. They both could have existed in the same world, but it seemed very much like they were so arrogant.
Yeah. And I would say this is an interesting question. I would say, who remembers a lot of the alternative comedy now?
Well, it's difficult because I remember things like I remember things like Filthy Rich and Cat Flat. Rick Mail Presents. He did a Channel 4 series of sort of comedy drama-y things.
But that's
I remember the New Statesman.
Yeah.
But I don't remember it all. There's a lot of stuff there that I would go, what? You know, if Alexi Sale did
he's a good example.
did a comedy
exactly.
thing,
What was he?
It.
Yes.
I wouldn't remember it.
I never found
I
him
wouldn't
that
remember
funny.
his show. I wouldn't remember his show.
No, was he funny? I don't know whether he was funny. He was trying to make political jokes.
He just kept talking about Marxist. It was Marxist this and Marxist that.
It was boring. Actually, it was boring. Actually, wasn't it? I mean,
what you have to remember is the Young Ones was 1981, 82, somewhere around there, right?
Yeah.
He was on it. He was talking about Marxist this and that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I did? I said, what is Marxist? What is this?
Yeah.
Because I don't understand what it is. And because I was only, 10, 11?
Yeah, you wouldn't have understood about political.
I haven't got a clue what Trotskyism and Marxism.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
which is interesting. Yeah, the appeal of that series. I could say something quite controversial. I did like the Young Ones, but I wouldn't. It's never in my top comedy series that I remember.
Right.
You know, and that is controversial because a lot of people really do love the Young Ones, but it's not something that, you know, I would go to and say, oh, this is absolutely superb and brilliant. It was good. I enjoyed like the music stuff as well in it, but I don't love it as much. I don't think I love it.
I'll tell you what, I didn't. If you start talking about the TV series, the stuff that was in, it was hit and miss. The one thing that I think that they did well is their little sketch shows that they did, like Kevin Wheatley, you know,
yes,
and the Dangerous Brothers, and all of this sort of stuff. All of that stuff where you had a different mix, like a Saturday Night Live thing on a Friday. Where you've got all these different comedians coming on and just doing a quick 3 or 4 minute sketch. I didn't mind. But to hold a whole TV series that's half an hour long and you've got to do 6 episodes of it and all of that sort of stuff, to me, it was very hit and miss.
You thought it was a bit overstretched. That's my thing was. I thought, you know, the ideas.
They had a whole week to come up with a sketch that was only going to be about 4 minutes on a show.
Yes,
that worked for me.
Yeah, I think to do a whole series was stretching it quite a lot. Oh, did it get a second series? Was the second
Young Ones is 2 seasons long?
Is it? There's 2 seasons. Crikey, that's a lot. Yeah. Anyhow, let's have a look. Parking in Whitby as well as driving around is hell. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, it is. Mind you, a lot of these places are these seaside places that really are hell to park anywhere.
It's because you live in Narnia. I told you.
Oh dear, here we go. I think isn't Andy from Scarborough? I think he is, isn't it? Hey, back. Hey, Rick Grandlad.
Bloody hell.
I've seen DeForest Kelly guest starring in various US Western TV series as too.
He may have been in these Western TV
series.
You see, what I'm trying to say is he's got that sort of face that suits Westerns, but it's just whenever they say he had a massive career in Westerns, I go, name one. I haven't seen him in them.
No.
I used to do rap because all the time I just kept thinking of him as Bones McCoy. That was it to me. That's what he was.
The only TV Western series, as I remember, you can count Maverick, I think, can't you?
Well, you got Bonanza, you got High Chaparral.
I was going to say Bonanza, High Chaparral, but I don't remember
Champion the Wonder Horse, the Lone Ranger.
Champion the Wonder Horse. Oh God, that is going back a bit.
The Lone Ranger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Lone Ranger. I mean, that was more kids' TV, wasn't it? Lone Ranger.
Shut your face.
It was. Yeah.
I don't care. I loved it. I watched it.
Yeah. No, my brother did. My brother was a massive Lone Ranger fan. I wasn't. I was looking for aliens and spacemen to come, but they never did. Um, I mean, yeah, he thought I was a bit daft.
That's
I
that's
said, "Where's the
nasty.
spaceman?"
That's nasty. That is. That's like saying Stingray was Jerry Anderson coming into your bathroom and playing with your bloody submarine while you're in the bath. Right? No, Stingray was a good kiddies TV
No,
show.
look, Stingray was a great. I love
He
Stingray
did not go
and the
upstairs
toys.
into my bath and film Stingray from my bathtub.
Yeah.
It was more of a show than that.
Oh, I remember, yeah, filling all the bath up and putting loads of stuff in. Speedboats.
Troy Tempest did not live in my bath.
Oh, dear. Anyhow, hey, that's a good title for a book, isn't it? Troy Tempest did not live in my bath. I think, what a great title. There you are. Yeah, you can put that as your autobiography when you write
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. I've been to Goatland and seen the police car from Heartbeat. Oh, right. I suppose that's a big thing, I presume. Police car.
I'm sorry, but I haven't been to
Yeah,
Lion
have
Witch.
you seen
I
Heartbeat?
haven't been to Lion Witch and the Wardrobe.
Yeah. Do you like Heartbeat? Come on. Is it one
No,
that
my
you
mum
like?
likes My mum likes Heartbeat.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Every bloody afternoon it's on.
Yeah, I can see how much you love it. Yeah, Tony, spot on. The Royal was filmed on the road from me in Scarborough. I've heard the name. Is that was another series, wasn't it? The Royal, was it on ITV? Well, hey, Scarborough, yeah, because Andy lives in Scarborough. And yes, I didn't enjoy the Royal quite as much as Heartbeat. Oh, right. Yeah. Charles Duncan, Muckman, I have all of Tony's DVDs and radio shows on DV, but I can only watch them when my wife is out because she can't stand him. Oh, dear. That's the problem. That is the problem. Oh, dear. That's the problem with wives, isn't it? Yeah, get shot. So fortunately, I'm all right. It's yet another film that goes for crazy money. Carry On Columbus, the Spanish Blu-ray goes for surely not £100 and up.
It wouldn't surprise me, but I think it actually came out in a Sunday supplement, when all those free films were coming out. Remember, I was talking about them.
So you could have got it for next to notes. Yeah.
And I think basically what you're finding when you buy these things on Spanish Blu-ray is it's a printed cover with the disc that came out of the News of the World. You know what I mean?
Wow. That is, imagine if you got that, you would be, wow. Imagine, yeah. Would you really pay that for a film that you know is terrible?
Look, remember we always turned around and said, "Look, it sounds like it's a lot of money, but if you're a big Carry On,
and you want to complete your collection, yeah,
and you need to complete your collection, you just turn around and go, £100, go on then."
Yeah,
it's finished.
Yeah.
That finishes my collection. I've got more now.
Yeah. Right. Charles is laughing at that. Oh, Erin Gray. That's
the one. Thank you, McMahon. That's the one that was in Buck Rogers. Yeah,
of course. Yeah. She's. Yeah. What can I say about Erin Gray? Yeah.
Well, there was another supermodel in there, and she was the one that was on the other side with that tiger man.
Oh, she was doing that in the disco dancing bit as well. Is that the princess?
Yeah, the princess. Yeah, Ardala or something like
that. Yeah. I can see that the charms.
She was a supermodel as well.
Yeah. I wonder why. You can see why.
Yeah.
Who would want to buy Carry On Columbus? I don't. Well, as Delboy said, a completionist might do.
Well, that's it, really. Isn't it?
Oh yeah, I've heard of this one, but I never really watched it. Daisy Dukes from Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, remember I told you I said
Bolton.
Daisy Duke with the shorts.
That's right. That was on us. Was
I,
that a Saturday
I also mentioned
show?
I also mentioned the mechanic that's in Knight Rider.
Oh yeah.
There's a few others and all that.
I've never really watched Knight Rider. I have to confess, I never really watched it. Charles Duncan says, "Thanks, McMahon. My three crushes were Glynis Barber, Dempsey, and Makepeace, Jacqueline Smith, Charlie's Angels, and Leslie Ash, Cat's Eyes." Yeah, I think
I never saw the appeal in Glynis Barber, but each to their own.
Yeah.
All I know is she had blonde hair and it was in a bob. Sort of like down there.
And Josh,
she looked like a slightly larger breasted version of Blondie.
Yeah, I think Blondie's best. Yeah, Deborah Harry, I'd say. Hey guys, how are you tonight? Thank you, Josh, for coming in, lad. Thank you so much.
I spoke to him the other day. He was playing a game on his live channel. He was trying to teach me it.
Yeah.
I still don't know where that game was, but apparently you take turns, you name a film, and then it'll give you 3 things out of that film, like 3 actors, and you then have to think of a film that the actor was in, and it continues until somebody can't answer it.
Yeah.
He said I'd be good at it. I said you've got to be joking. Yeah?
You might be good at it.
I'm not too bad at the older films, but I'm no good at naming French bloody direction and shit. You know what I mean?
Anyhow, Tony says Sophia Loren, very classy lady and a great actress. Not half. I think one of her best performances is in Two Women, 1960. Oh, Catherine Deneuve, you have me torn now. I know. Yeah, Catherine Deneuve.
You two want to get a room. Right, next.
Catherine Deneuve, please.
Next.
Through the lens, will you guys be seeing Mickey 17? I'm sure I will. Bong Joon-ho is back, so I can't wait.
How many times have we heard about Mickey 17 tonight?
I know. I'll be definitely seeing it when I can, but not going to the cinema though.
Yeah, definitely. Josh, rewind about 2.5 hours and you'll see our reply to that question.
Yeah. Oh, look, Jamie's got here. Look, yep, tickets booked for Sunday. So Jamie's going on Sunday.
Sunday's a bloody time for world peace and religion. What's all this beating everybody up with bloody sticks and punching people in the face nonsense?
Well, there you are.
You two guys are going to be watching.
Yeah.
No wonder we've got no scruples of religion anymore with you guys going out and seeing people getting beaten up on a Sunday. Sunday, we used to watch Highway to Heaven. Remember that?
Yeah.
Right? We used to watch Highway to Heaven. We watched the Waltons. All of that. What's all this Bruce Lee shit coming into Sundays? It's Antiques Roadshow Day.
What can you say?
Antiques Roadshow Day. Do you telling you now? Songs of praise.
Tony,
hang on. That was my little rant. Sorry.
Yeah, that was the rant. The rant. So we got Joe Grant, Liz Shaw for her intellect. I'm sure it was Tony. Yes.
Can I just say something? 20th Century Gaming's come on because I don't think he'll be on for very long. He's put, hello lads. I thought Her Who Smoked from Carry On Screaming was very nice. Now you know that's Yvette Fielding. No, what was her name? She was in. She was huge, wasn't she? In the 60s and 70s, wasn't she?
Somebody will know in the things. Carry On Screaming.
No, but you know what I'm talking about. She had lovely lips.
Yeah,
I mean, we know where we're talking about. She's lying on the couch and she smokes and everything.
She was in the mummy films of Hammer as well.
Yeah,
her name is just completely gone. She's very good in that mummy film. I
swear her surname's Fielding or Fleming or something like that.
Oh.
Anyway,
I should know, but I
didn't want 20th Century Gaming to think that he had to wait till about 1 o'clock in the morning to get his question out because he ain't going to be here. So,
Yeah.
Thanks
Okay.
very much, Mark, for turning up,
Yeah.
boy. Cheers.
Right. So, Tony says, Ian, give up Pam Grier now.
Pam Grier, yeah.
Well, yeah. Anytime. But yeah. What a
There we are.
woman.
Look, it was, by the way, it was Fenella Fielding.
That's it. Spot on.
I wasn't far off, was I, with the fielding and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Field, something like that.
Brilliant. Modern day actress. Oh, Salma Hayek for me all day long. I don't know what she sees in her billionaire French husband. Oh, I wonder what she sees in her billionaire French husband. I've no idea. I didn't know she was married to a billionaire.
Yeah,
but
I wonder what she sees in a billionaire.
Yeah, I know.
We've had that joke a lot. But I tell you what, I bet you if Salma Hayek met you, McMahon, I'm pretty sure she'd leave her husband like that.
Yeah,
and you'd be going off. You'd be going off into the sunset together. Yeah,
she's
right.
a very beautiful woman, definitely. Absolutely, think she's fantastic. Yeah, right. And Megan Fox is fit. I think that's supposed to be a 4 as well. Yeah.
Well,
definitely.
everybody remembers her because she was bending over a car in Transformers, and that was about the thing that started off her career, wasn't it, Megan Fox?
Yeah.
I mean, that was her career starting, wasn't it? I mean, really. What were you well known for, Megan? Oh, I was bending over this car one day, and basically, I was. All of a sudden, people were throwing £1 million contracts at me.
I've just remembered something. Salma Hayek is in a Black Mirror episode. She is good. She's taking the piss out of herself in it. It's brilliant. Have you seen that one?
It is good with that.
Yeah. She's taking the piss out of herself. She's absolutely wonderful in it. Yeah. Yeah, what first attracted you to the billionaire? Yeah, it was who was it?
Mrs. Merton,
Caroline Hearn. That's it, as Mrs. Merton. Yeah,
it was about Paul Daniels.
That's it, Paul Daniels. Yeah.
What first attracted you to the millionaire Paul Daniels?
Yeah, yeah. She was very good, Caroline Hearn.
She's a northern lass, isn't she?
Yeah,
that's what you're going to say. That's what you're going to say, isn't it? She's a northern lad.
But no, I've read about a life story, and it's so sad. Everybody really loved her.
She had Joanna Lumley on. She had Joanna Lumley on last night. She basically took it. She took the piss out of her all the way through.
Oh.
She said, it's amazing, right? I've just smelt one of your farts, Joanna Lumley. And it's funny how posh farts smell just as bad as pauper farts do.
She was brilliant. Oh.
And I'm going, how can you say that to Joanna Lumley? She's national treasure.
Oh.
Anyway, go on.
Right.
I'm only saying that because it's 11 o'clock and I'm going to be here till 1, I can tell.
I know. Question. Oh, God, we got a question here. Top 3 Wesley Snipes. Man, Blade 2, Demolition Man, and New. Is that New Jack City?
Yeah, New Jack City.
Quickly. I'll say Blade.
Look, honestly, Demolition Man for definite. Blade or Blade 2. Yeah, not Blade 3, though. And I don't think I've really watched that much Wesley Snipes after that. I think he's been on a plane in one film that was quite good. I can't remember. It wasn't Snakes on a Plane, but what I'm saying, Passenger 47 or something.
Yeah.
Like that. Cool. How's that? There you are.
Yeah, I'm going to cheat and just say Blade 1, Blade 2, and Demolition Man. That's it. It's a quick way. I'm sure he's in some more lesser known films, but I can't think of any.
Look, he's probably in the Expendables.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tony says good night, Del's mum. There you are. That's it. Yeah.
I'll wake her up now and tell her that. I'll tell her that you said I needed to.
You're really pleased, I'm sure.
I needed to wake you up to tell you good night from my mate.
Yeah.
All right.
listen to this. I like Marge Hellenberger from Species and Fire Down Below.
Hey, I tell you what.
Oh.
I've got a fire down below when I watch Marge
Oh,
Ellenberger in Species. I can tell you that now.
Oh dear. Charles says my first girlfriend looked like somebody from Baywatch. Seen her last week. She now looks like a battleship. That's really nice to know.
One of my first girlfriends looked like somebody from Baywatch. Unfortunately, it was David Hasselhoff.
Oh, battleship, yeah. Moses laughing. Charles, not HMS Victory, I hope. Oh, right. Victory is it's too small of a ship, Tony. Oh, right. An aircraft carrier, yeah. Maybe one of those USAF carriers, Charles. Aircraft carriers, Charles. Great minds think alike. They do, yeah. And then we've got yes, Tony, more like Tony and Muckman. Yeah, let's have a look. And then we've got sorry guys for misspelling and miswords. I can't multitask listening and typing at the same time. It's all right. Like,
all right.
Yeah, well, my phone seems to have a mind of its own. I hate what it does. You type in something and you think, I didn't type that in, but it says you did. It changes the words. Blooming thing. It's no problem, Charles. Yeah, don't worry, Charles. I can't type and concentrate on listening. I have to do one or the other. Yeah. Thanks, guys. And then Muckman says, give us ammunition for a joke. Yeah. And then Andy makes Star Wars. Karen Keating, rest in peace. She was hot on Blue Peter.
She was.
Sad. Yeah, very sad. She died young. Time for a bacon butter with these two waffle on.
You know what? What a bastard telling me about a bacon butty at 11 o'clock at night now that I want. I'm hungry and I can't have nothing to eat. It's not fair.
Oh, sorry. Another troll appeared. Just got rid of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we've got, was wondering when the bacon butty was arriving, Stephen.
Look, I'm hungry.
Monkman movies has to be done, Jamie. It's the law, yeah. And I'd forgotten about
hang on. Are you gonna have brown sauce on it, or are you gonna have tomato sauce on it, or are you gonna have it naked? I'll wait for your answer. Carry on.
I would say I'm a tomato sauce, but I do like brown sauce.
Oh, you got to have brown sauce.
But I do like
you heathen.
Tomato sauce, just
you heathen. It's got to be brown sauce. You heathen.
No, I think I might just
have
red
tomato sauce is for hot dogs and sausage sandwiches and shit. brown sauce for bacon.
And then Muckman says Liverpool were under the cosh tonight against PSG, but we won 1-0 with a late goal. Well, you can't get any better than winning 1-0 with a late goal.
Do you know, I recorded that match, you bastard.
Yeah.
Right there's 90 minutes that I didn't need to bloody watch now anymore. I mean, Jesus,
just move it on quickly.
You could warn me. You could warn me before these bloody scores of.
I didn't know you was. I didn't know you was watching that.
No, I'm joking. I just wanted to make him feel bad. I just wanted to make him feel bad.
Oh dear. So if Shep counts, so does the elephant. Oh, the famous elephant. I know they're always replaying that one when it was going all over the studio with the keeper. That's a classic clip. The zookeeper being dragged off. Yeah. Sarah Green was married to Mike Smith Delroy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Delboy, not Delroy, Delboy.
Although I never mentioned Sarah Green,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
other than I know that she was in the crowd there, you know what I mean.
I always think Mike Smith was in that film. They call it the film with Michael Parkinson, where they did the Ghost Watch. Do you remember that? He was the presenter. Who was supposedly Michael Parkinson was in the
I
studio.
just know they had a really vicious divorce.
Oh right, I didn't know about that, but I just remember him from that film. Though, of course, I thought it was a sort of BBC production.
Well, he was a BBC presenter like Sarah Green was.
Yeah,
He had those sort of like checkered shirts on and all of that sort of stuff. Well, but all I know is that they really had
a bad
divorce.
Yeah, it wasn't amicable. What's this now? I don't remember this. Anthea Turner did morning TV with Eamon Holmes back in the day. Oh right, I never watched really morning TV.
Yeah.
Anthea Turner was Bruce's wife. Good game. Yeah.
Anthea Redfern.
Yeah. Who's the Blue Peter presenter who got a cocktail all over him, eh? And ginger bloke with glasses.
He had round ring glasses.
I have no idea.
He had round ring glasses. I can't remember.
There was the one who got cocaine stuff, wasn't there? There was a big of a scandal, but I can't remember his name either.
Yeah.
It made BBC got all high and mighty. We've caught him, you know, and there we are.
Yeah.
Battle Beyond the Stars, Seven Samurai remake.
Yeah, it's Roger Corman's Seven Samurai in Spain.
Yeah. Slipstream, starring Mark Hamill, is an underrated sci-fi movie.
It is.
Yeah. It's a long time ago since I saw that. I do remember seeing that one. Yeah. I don't remember Bruce being married to Anthea. I knew of an ex-beauty queen.
Well, Bruce married a Miss Angolia or something.
He got divorced from Anthea Redfern.
Yeah, Flora, didn't he? I mean, she was like Miss sort of like Virgin
and he stayed
Island,
married to her. They stayed together until he died.
50 years, didn't she?
Yeah.
They always turn around and say, Bruce, how the hell did you get on with a girl with that? I mean, Christ, you got a chin like Jimmy Hill.
Yeah.
You got, you got a hairpiece that everybody knows is a bloody wig and all that sort of stuff. And yet you've got somebody like that.
Yeah, I know. People are thinking
it's the same sort of question. What
that's right.
The millionaire Bruce Forsyth.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. I agree with you. Underrated sci-fi. I like Space Hunter Beyond the Forbidden Zone.
I've got that, and I've got Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension.
Well, they are, yeah.
I got a lot of sci-fi like that.
Yeah. I wonder if this. I don't know, Jamie. Could that have been Mark Curry? I found
Mark
bit
Curry.
They
are
the same reason. He's the Blue Peter presenter, is it?
Yeah.
Predestination is a fantastic sci-fi. Oh, I like the title.
I'm not sure I've seen that, but
a religious title, Predestination. Yes, Mark Curry. That was hilarious. Yeah. Dark Angel is an underrated sci-fi starring Dolph Lundgren.
Well, I thought it was all right. I wouldn't say it was underrated because it's like saying He-Man Masters of the Universe is underrated.
Oh yeah, that's just come out, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah. And then what was it? I come in peace.
Yeah, you go in pieces. Yeah, that's
right.
That's probably about the best line.
And then Frank Holder says, top 3 underrated sci-fi: Dark Star. Oh yeah, Dark Star. Yeah, The Andromeda Strain and Future World.
Now, I'm going to say hello, Frank Holder. Hope you're all right.
Hello.
And the other thing I'm going to say about that is I can't see how Andromeda Strain is underrated or Future World.
Yeah.
First of all,
Yeah.
Andromeda Strain, my God, is filmed
Yeah.
by Bob Wise. I mean, Christ. Future World is the film they made after the hugely
Yeah.
successful Westworld.
Yeah.
So of course, everybody sort of like knows about it. Dark
I-
Star, yeah, I like Dark Star. It's a very early, you know, God's Carpenter
Yeah, that's right.
film. I would probably say that one is probably more known, Dark Star, than the one that's set with the pods with all the
Yeah.
flowers growing. What's it
Yeah.
called? It's called is it called Silent Running?
Yes, Silent Running, that one. Yeah. Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
say Dark Star's more known
Yeah.
than Silent Running.
Mm.
I like both films, but you know, I mean, Silent Running is really known for the little robots that were named after like the Three Stooges, I think.
Yeah.
And it's got that horrible tune that
Yeah.
sounds very hippie-ish about
Well-
growing, about things like growing and water and rain and all this sort of stuff. It's a bloody awful tune.
Would you consider Future World a sequel to Westworld?
Yeah.
Brilliant. I'm going to try and remember that, because you often get this question about sequels, and that's a good one. I think Future World's a really good sequel.
It's an okay film.
I enjoyed that.
It's just all it is that they reopen the park and they send 2 reporters there.
Yeah.
They're trying to prove that there's nothing going on, there's no problems or anything, and the same sort of thing because Yul Brynner's in it for around about 5 minutes.
He is. It's only 5 minutes. I thought, as I remember, I really enjoyed it. I think I felt that Westworld was better, but I thought it was quite.
Westworld is miles better than Future
But
World.
I don't think it's as bad as people said. I enjoyed it, Westworld.
Yeah.
And yeah, question.
Westworld is one of my favorite films.
Yeah,
Future World is a shadow of it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, can it be underrated when it's a sequel to such a successful film?
Yeah. Well, you're always going to have a problem. This is what I mean with films that are so successful. Whatever comes second, it's always going to be.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm going to take it back, Frank. I think all of your films there that you've mentioned there, you could turn around and say are underrated. It's just the Andromeda Strain. I've always turned around and said, how can you say the Andromeda Strain's underrated?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It's like one of the quintessential films that I've got to watch in my sci-fi.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Here's a question for you. I mean, we could name those, but question: sci-fi alien monster. What's your favorite one?
Oh God,
that's what I mean.
There's too many.
Yeah, you said it. There's far too many.
But I will turn around and say that I love the Cybermen probably more than the Daleks.
Yeah.
And Doctor Who is quintessentially one of my most favourite science fiction.
That was, you see, that immediately the first things I thought of when that question was answered was Daleks and Cybermen. It just came straight out. I didn't even think about it.
Shall I tell you what? I was thinking of Space 1999. And do you know what? Do you know what came to mind? I was thinking of that space monster where they kept having a recurring dream. It had one eye and a load of tentacles.
Oh, that one! Yes,
and it kept swallowing them up like a Hoover from its mouth.
It was silly, wasn't it? But it was good. It was silly.
Right. And I was thinking, that's my favourite monster. That is.
Yeah.
Purely because I wasn't scared by it, but it looked like it looked like a motorcycle bike with a load of tentacles around it.
I've got a non-Doctor Who one, and I think they are scary. Or should I say that it's the Borg blooming heck, the Borg are scary. They really are. And it's a favourite. You can't help but love the
Yeah,
Borg.
but then the obvious is the alien from Alien.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then there's the Predator from Predator.
Yeah, we could go on. There's loads.
That's what I mean. You
Yeah.
could just go on and on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
on.
the Predator's a good alien, isn't it? Predators are fantastic alien. But my brain immediately just went to Dalek Cyberman. It just shows you how ingrained Doctor Who is.
You've got the Blob.
Yeah.
That's a monster.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Could you turn around and say Urko
What
from
about
Planet of the Apes? Could you say Urko from Planet of the Apes?
Yeah. Oh, what about it ain't got a name, but what about in the Thing? I mean, that's
Christ, how many images have you got of that? Jesus.
I mean, that is
I think we better move on because we could be talking about that for the whole of the evening, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Anyhow, let's get on. Yeah. So
I'll tell you one that doesn't get mentioned. That doesn't get mentioned an awful lot. And we'll move on. One of my earliest memories was seeing the monster in Forbidden Planet.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was all animated, and you only saw it as an outline, and it looked like a great big massive bear-like thing that was coming over the top of these pylons.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget that image, seeing that as a kiddie.
Yeah, brilliant.
But I'll just end on that one.
That's a good one. No, I like that. Yeah. Mark Curry started. Oh, you said something awful. You've used the two words, Junior Showtime. Wow, I absolutely hated that program. And my mum used to say, "Oh, it's really good. These kids are really talented. They were brats. I couldn't stand them. They were awful." Anyhow, that's my rant. Junior Showtime is horrible. Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah.
What did you think of it?
Bloody awful. Like Saturday Showtime at the Big Top and all of that sort of stuff was
horrible.
All shit that I used to watch.
Yeah, it's just awful. Some brat tap dancing and everybody going, "Oh, fantastic!" It was awful. It's just I didn't like Dark Star. This mukbang. It was too slow and crude for my liking. But that's understandable considering it was a college movie. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting point.
The thing I liked, I think the thing I think most people remember about that film is the talking bomb.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think the whole satire talking about a talking bomb that's going to blow up worlds.
Yeah,
is quite humorous.
Yeah,
it's the only real saving grace because it, like you say, it's a college movie. It was a carpenter college movie, no money.
Yeah.
You might as well have been writing Attack of the Killer Tomatoes in space.
Yeah.
For the alien creature that's in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a bloody beach ball, I think, wasn't it? It was a beach ball with a face on
it. Let's see. Steve Moll says Free Jack, starring Emilio Estevez and Mick Jagger. Bad acting is not a bad film. Yeah, I think I might agree on that. It's not a bad film. It's all right.
I remember Free Jack.
It's all right, isn't it? It's not terrible. I make it out to be terrible. Tony says, "There's a Girl in My Soup was a funny watch this week. Peter Sellers, great, as a 70s Gordon Ramsay. That's a lovely expression. And Goldie Hawn as his girl, directed by Roy Balting. You know, just what you've said there, it just sounds great. It sounds absolutely wonderful. Peter Sellers in his great form. Brilliant. And Goldie Hawn, eh? What more can you say? That sounds interesting. It does. These essential services like water shouldn't be run for profit, shareholders. Yeah, that's true. It's criminal charging these sky-high prices for something you have to have or you're kaput. Rant over. No, well, it's a very good point. It is. It's true. It's something we all have to have.
Like I said,
Yeah.
whenever you've got a privatized company,
Yeah.
you've got a director, and those directors therefore
Yeah.
have dividends. They even if the company made millions and millions of losses, they still get their dividend at the end of the year.
That's
It's almost
right.
like an ISA
Yeah.
that never stops
Yeah.
giving you money.
Yeah. And Jamie's right. Privatization was the worst thing that happened to services.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Charles Duncan, sci-fi was done at a slower pace, 50s and 60s. You could follow it better, I think. I think
you had more time to digest it.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, sci-fi, people still seem to want a lot of it nowadays. Even nowadays, they don't like it slow. I mean, Dune, for instance, the new Dune is, especially the first one. One of the criticisms of the first Dune was it's very slow, and Dune 2 is a lot better. But you need the first Dune. You can't just jump to the second one. And if people think it's a bit slow, well, what can you say? You've got to build things up.
Yeah.
But that's how we are, isn't it? Through the Lens, I love The Brutalist. Glad it won 3 awards. Yeah, well, it did well. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, even if I didn't as much, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. Stephen Mills, I pay £18.13 a month for my water. Actually, I don't know whether that's too bad. I'm sure they take out more money than that from my.
I paid the water bill for my mum today. It's £19, but we're waiting for the new bill to come through.
I pay more than that. We pay. I'm sure I pay in about 20, something like that, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure it's more. I must check it out.
How come?
Yeah, he says it here.
How come?
That's
you're
cheap.
You're in the wettest area of the land, and you pay more than £1.50 down south.
Well, they're probably giving more to the shareholders. They probably are. The greedy shareholders are probably grabbing it more.
Yeah, it's because people in Yorkshire and up north are all tight bastards.
Tight
bastards. So you have to pay more because they're all tight up there. So you have to get money up there.
Again, this is Josh's assessment of The Brutalist. I love that Brady Corbett tells a story of an entire life in that time, and also lives the American dream vicariously through Lazio. The Brutalist is gorgeous, and I know you do. You really love it.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but he's quite right. It tells the story of the entire life.
Yeah.
And it is about the American dream.
Yeah. Because it goes right to the end, I suppose. We see the that bit at the end. I won't want to say anything in case anybody's not seen it, but you're right. It does tell a life story. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was a nice take on a film. It's not for everybody. It definitely deserved, I think, 3 awards. I wouldn't have said it was film of the year.
Yeah.
It's one of those films that I think needed to be told, and that's why I was glad it was there. I'm glad it's been made.
Yeah.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's room for everybody's got different views on films, and there's room for all kinds of films. That must be a metered charge, Stephen. I don't know. And Through the Line says it's about the immigrant experience, which he shows very well. That's true. That's what it is about. Yeah. Muckman says Yorkshire Water hiking our bills from 467 to 602. That is a lot.
You see,
isn't it?
when I said what we're paying, ours is metered. Ours is a metered reading.
Yeah.
Right?
That is
But
well above.
we've been told that Thames Water are going to up the bill by 50%.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about your figures 467 to 602, we are talking those sort of leaps in the next. So
Yeah.
I'm expecting that to come through, and I'm gonna have to foot the bill because my mum won't be able to afford any more out of her pension. So
yeah.
so it's me that's gonna have to lump the extra bit.
Yeah.
You know.
Uh,
It's like Alf Garnett turned around and said, you know.
Oh, and Steve says, no, it's because I'm disabled. Ah, right. That
it might be because my mum's an old age pensioner. I don't know.
Yeah, and plus on universal credit. Yeah. That doesn't explain it. Yeah, I'm on the universal credit disability thing. So yeah, I get that. Yeah. Toyo says, okay, Stephen. Stephen Moses, I just paid under 126 for electric and £20 for broadband a month. That's not bad, £20. I pay more than that for my broadband.
I will tell you this, right? No word of a lie. I would dream to have an electricity bill of 126 quid.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that now. Because I turn on the lights in my room and the outside lights dim. Right? That's how much bloody electricity I'm using in my room.
Yeah.
You know, the outside street lights dim when I turn when I get home. That's what
What's your broadband bill like then?
We get it through Sky, so I'm not quite sure because we get it with the TV and the telephone.
Ours is Sky,
I think when we negotiated it was something like, I don't know, £32.
Yeah, it's probably around about that. Yeah,
and we've got the 170 megabyte, whatever it is, super fast, whatever it is.
They wrote to us, I think, fairly recently. It's going up again, isn't it?
Well, they're all going up.
Yeah.
Sky puts it up, then suddenly Virgin put it up, and then bloody Virgin go, oh, well, being as you put it up, then Talk will have to put it up. Then he goes back down to Sky and they say, oh, well, if Talk's putting it up, we'll put up ours.
Yeah, everybody puts it up.
And at each time, it's like we're putting on £1 on Sky Sports and £2 on broadband and £1. And by the time you get to the end, it says, so all in all, just this year, the only thing we're putting up for the whole of your bill is a tenner, and it's supposed to make it sound small. And I'm going, a tenner? At the end of the day, it's a tenner on top of Netflix and a tenner on top of everything.
I'll tell you what you do. What you do with Sky is you ring them up and say,
I'm going to leave.
I'm going to think I'm leaving. I'm going to get another deal. I can get a better deal than with you.
Well, you know that.
Well, we'll just transfer you over to so and so.
Well, you know that's what that guy says, isn't it? That Martin Lewis, isn't it? I mean,
is it? But it does work.
He's always turning around, and he does say they have a special department, and it's quite true. They do. Yeah, because they have to have can we retain this customer?
Yeah.
Now, what you have to remember is that when my dad died, right, the account was transferred over into my name.
Yeah.
Our account has been open with Sky for 24 years.
Wow, that's a long time. Yeah, you're right. Proper.
Now, when we go, we say we're about to go. Because unfortunately, I think you've been overcharging us for about 2 years, you miserable bastard.
Yeah.
They always negotiate and say, well, how much do you really want to pay then, sir? And I'd go, below 100 quid. Because that's what because I tell you now, that's what your new starters get. Every time you get a new starter, you give them all the equipment, you give them everything that they want, and you charge them under 100 quid. And then 6 months down the line, you put the price up and it's like 160 odd quid. Yes. I'm telling you now, I've been with you 24 years, and if I don't get it for £100 pounds, then I'm buggering off because I can get a Virgin and get it for 100 quid. And then I can come back to you a year later and I'll have it again for 100 quid.
That's a good.
And if you want to keep my attention, then you better drop it down to the introductory price of the new starter. And they always back down and go, I can get it to about 105, I think. And I go, all right, it's £5 over what I want. I don't mind, but it's better than the 156 quid you're charging.
Actually, what makes me laugh is they say, "Oh, I'll just have to go and see if I can get you a deal." And they're there, and I can imagine they just sat there like this. They're not going
Oh
off to
yeah.
check anybody else. They're not going away consulting anybody. They've been told for so long, and then they'll say, "Oh yes, we've just consulted about this. Yes, we're willing to do this for you." You know,
I've worked on customer service. I've never worked on
yeah,
sales, but I do know that they are. Some of them are that they are what they call they got their their arm hand half tied. They have to speak to their supervisor, or they have to put them through to another department that has got the powers.
yeah,
Right, because that's why they say we've got a special department on account keeping, right?
yeah, yeah,
Because those first people that you speak to are the people that sell it, and they basically are there for complaints.
yeah,
But then to keep a customer, they have to put it through to another department, and that would be
yeah,
account keeping. And those ones would be the ones that have not kept jumping ship. If
yeah.
you keep jumping ship, they will notice that you've left and come back and left and come back, because legitimately they have to keep accounts for 5 years.
Ah, yeah.
Right. So they will know that you were there, but in the last 5 years. So they will see that you've just jumped and come back and jumped and come back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's up to then it's up to well, do we want to keep this guy or not? Because he just keeps going away and coming back, to be quite honest. Can we do without the £100?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
This week. So I do think that they have got a tally, because like most people, if you these customer service, they've all got JX boards, right? They've got big TV, and it says how many calls they've received, how much revenue they've made from getting new customers, and they will probably have a target of keeping over 1,000 customers a month or something, right? So they will obviously because the other thing Martin Lewis will tell you is it's best to do it at the end of the month.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because basically that's when they're going to reset when they get to the beginning of the month.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
When they get to the end, it's like, right.
We better move on now.
Yeah, I know, because it's like, what, 11:45?
It should be Harrogate spring water coming out of our taps. The price of Yorkshire water charge. I know what you mean, Harrogate posh water.
I have just got to nip off just for a moment again. So you carry on reading.
I'll carry on going through. Don't worry. Yeah. That's a lot of electric, Stephen. What are you doing? Growing marijuana. Yeah, it's a way of making a lot of money, apparently. Yeah. Tony says, shush. And Charles says, my water bill is £627 and I'm disabled. God, that's terrible. That really is, yeah. Frank, I got a bundle of films given this week. In the pile was what's that? 8.5 but 8.5, yes, by Federico Fellini. Yeah, I've heard of that. It was so garbage. I put the disc in my shredder. Laugh out loud. Have you ever destroyed a disc on purpose? Oh wow, I've heard of that film mentioned a lot. I've never seen it, but yeah, it was that bad, was it? I don't think I've ever done that, but I've immediately had a disc and wanted to get rid of it. If it's that bad, I don't want it in the collection or the house. Get rid of it quickly. But I don't think I've destroyed it. No, I've not done that. I don't know about Delboy, but we'll ask him. We'll carry on. We better carry on.
I'm just getting me tablets, but I'd send it to Tony York.
Sorry, I can't hear what he's saying. They're all boss, Charles. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
No.
I'm just giving you tablets, but I said,
yeah,
I don't do that. I just put them in a parcel and send it to Tony York.
Oh, God. Did you hear that about, yes, he doesn't get to get, yeah, the Tony, poor Tony, he's always getting these jokes from Delboy about him. Still most movies, yeah, I hardly have the electric on. It's I understand totally, you know. I don't have the central heating on that much because it just eats it all up. You know, that's why I'm in my dressing gown most of the time. To try to keep warm. It's become a luxury now, Stephen. It has. Yeah. Through Lenses, how do you feel about Anora winning Best Picture? I'm personally over the moon. While I would have chosen I'm Still Here, Anora is a close second for me. Personally, I loved Anora. I thought I really enjoyed it. It was just something that it just really caught me how good it was. I mean, the story, very simple. As the story of this sex worker and marrying this Russian whose father is a very rich Russian, and of course they have to get divorced, and that's it, sort of, you know. But I really thought it was I really enjoyed it. There's a lot of good, the relationship between them and what happened, and that basically she's forced to get the divorce. They have to divorce, and it's really good. I thought it was really good. And he was a weak character, that son. Really, it was just he got carried away, and then was not a great man. So she did the right thing, agreeing to the divorce and getting rid of him because he wasn't worth it. But it's a really good, touching film. I found it. That's my. Have you seen Anora?
Tablets, look.
Have you seen Anora?
Hey,
have you seen Anora?
That's the follow-up to Kiora, in it.
Oh dear.
Yes, I have seen Anora. Yes, and I was happy that it won Best Picture.
Yeah. So there you are, Josh. He's seen it and he likes it as well.
It's that trans thing that I was upset that the Oscars went all slushy slush about.
Oh dear, I didn't know. I'd rather not know about that. That's a bit drastic, Frank. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. Laugh out loud, he says, Frank. I'm with United Utilities for my water. Yeah.
Yeah, Thames bloody water. You tried dealing with them.
Rip-offs. Guys, believe it or not, I use candles to keep warm, and my last electric and gas bill over £700. The greedy bastards. Wow, you use candles. I've not heard of that. To keep warm. Wow. That is £700 as well. I don't know what to say.
Honestly,
I just can't believe it. Yeah.
It really is bad. It's almost like, right, that your whole gas supply is built up by firelighters. Right?
Yeah.
It costs about £8 or something, right?
Yeah.
For 100 firelighters. If you light a firelighter, it goes in about 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Right. It's almost like your gas supply is made up of
Yeah.
firelighter. You know, that's £700 worth of firelighters that I've just bought.
Yeah.
You know.
I could easily go into a rant though about this. It's an absolute disgrace what they do to disabled people. You know, I mean, the fact that you have to have candles to keep warm. I can't it's just unbelievable in this, 2025. Isn't that unbelievable? Oh dear. I only have gas. I only have electric, no gas. Yeah, I don't have much gas, fortunately. Very little gas. Only the central heating.
One of the cheapest ways of heating your room is to have a little ceramic heater that you buy for your caravan. There, you think that they'd they'd be really expensive. But on the box, it tells you that they're 250 watts. So you can sort of work out that if you put 250 watts on for an hour and shut the door, right?
Yeah.
And then leave the room. And then when you come back in the room and it's warm, if you keep that door shut, it will stay warm in that room for probably about 2 or 3 hours.
Which is
And
not
that
bad.
means that you've only used, therefore, 250 watts of to heat.
Yeah.
Trouble is, you walk outside the room and go to the hall, and it's like a bloody fridge.
That's right. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And this is where people are getting the colds from, because they're going from a hot to a cold state very, very quickly, because you've got to go to the bedroom, ain't you? And that's a bit of a walk away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
Right, and Tony's got something here. He says, hint, Ian, I haven't sent the Crow Robin Hood film DVD yet. Emphasis on yet, but don't tell Del.
That's the Russell Crowe Robin Hood.
I'm definitely not telling him. No.
It doesn't. I tell you what, because I tell you what, I bought the deluxe set of that Robin Hood box set. It comes in a box. No, I tell you what, it's this big. It's really, it's like huge. Yeah. It looks like a book. When you open it up, it's got a little pouch with pagan symbols and all sorts of stuff in it.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. And I bought that and it has a steel book inside it. And no word of a lie, it was about 40 quid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was nobody bought it.
Yeah. 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 Which is,
I got it from Amazon Italy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Very good.
So he can send it as much as he bloody well wants.
Tony says, same here, Steve, just electric. Yeah, I think you are better off with just electric. I think it's just better than gas. Tony says, Charles, is the 700 for 1 month? Surely not. Maybe 3 months. I don't know. I get your point. Yeah. That is a lot for 1 month.
I think bills are made up per quarter.
Yeah, I think that might be a quarter. I don't know. If it is, that is a rip-off. I'm with British Gas and BT Broadband. All right. 3 months, Tony. It's the 3 months. So that's still how much a month?
I'm with the Woolwich.
2. So it's oh dear, the jokes.
That's an old advert. I'm with the Woolwich.
Yeah.
God.
So you're paying well over £200 a month, aren't you?
Yeah, we're going to be here till 1 o'clock. You know, it's like 10 to 12.
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
Oh dear. I know. There you are. I don't use candles. Would be thinking of the fire risk. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It is. Yeah. Muckman, I still need to see Anorak, but I've heard good things. I was upset a little bit that Demi Moore didn't win Best Actress, but I'll assess that after watching Anora.
Yeah, Anorak, he means Anora. That's Anora.
Sai says, evening gang, sorry I'm late. I'm recovering from a stomach bug which started late last night. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Please get better soon, matey. I'm so sorry, but I'm glad that you're here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Still a considerable amount, Charles. Yeah. A bloody anorak. A bloody predictive text. Yeah, no, it is. That's what I was on about on my bloody phone. You put in something and it bears absolutely nothing to what you want to say. Oh, yeah, the bloody.
So it's all that AI nonsense.
Yeah, why do they do it on their phones? They get worse. And there's Yo-C.
Sigh.
Yes, Sai. Yeah, Yo-Sai. Yeah. Sorry about that, Si. Hope it's improving. Yeah, let's hope it is. I hope you're feeling a bit better now.
So do I.
Says, Muckman, Anora was my favorite film of last year, and Mickey Madison gives one of the best performances I've seen. Yeah, I agree. It was a great performance. Yeah. Um, Tony York says anorak. That made me laugh for some reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she probably had an anorak over her body stocking.
I have radiators that you have to charge up 24 hours before they get hot. It's supposed to save you money by coming on at a different time in the day when you need them on. I've never heard of that, charging
No, I haven't heard of
radiators
that.
up. Wow.
I know. I do know that we've got a clock in the central heating that basically comes on at certain times, but there's nothing about pre-charging for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Or that.
It is Tony York. Cheers. Storage eaters, Stephen, I think. Yeah.
Storage eaters. Yeah.
Yeah. I am now Muckman.
He's getting better, in other words. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Stephen Mo says, Tony York, yes, they are. The reason I use candles because British Gas condemned my heating system. If I use an electric fire, it's just lining their pockets more. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, do you
that.
remember the old living rooms that had those fires with the little bars that turned red, and you put 3 bars on, or 2 bars on, or 1 bar on?
I do.
Those things were bloody. How much money were they taking away, giving you for those things? They only. My dad. I remember my dad standing in front of one of those things, saying, "Well, I've been bloody fishing. I'm freezing." I said, "Yeah, now it's all bloody cold round here because you're standing in front of them." Because I tell you what, you stood in front of it, you couldn't feel nothing.
Yeah, that is true. I remember it.
We used to toast crumpets in front of those things.
Yeah. I remember.
We used to have one of them those brass fork things and put a crumpet.
I remember them. Yeah.
On a Sunday while watching Songs of Praise.
Do you know I still eat crumpets? I love crumpets. Definitely, I have them every week. Crumpets.
Warburton's crumpets.
You can't.
The trouble is, if you make them go golden brown on the top, they go rock.
Yeah.
Right. If you don't toast them enough, it's like eating like raw bread or something.
Like, that's true.
You have to get it just right, I tell you.
Yeah. Tony Thieving Bass says will condemn anything, Charles, just as long as it lines their shareholders' pockets. It's all got worse. Housing benefit pays my rent, which has recently gone up with the Housing Association to £407 a month. In that, though, also pays for anything that breaks down. Wow.
Well, if you total up what we pay for the council tax and the water and the gas and everything, I'm pretty sure I pay well over £407 a month living in this house. It's a 4-bedroomed house. Semi-detached. I'm pretty sure it's like closer to £2,000.
Yeah,
I pay a month. When I've paid everything off.
Yeah. Charles says that's right, Tony. Was it Eyeline? The Van der Valk theme. Oh yes, I remember the Van der Valk theme. Eye level. I think that's what it was called. Yes.
I
think it was eye level.
Isn't that something that your mum uses when she's putting
makeup? But I do remember that being in the charts at number 1. It got to number 1.
But it was 1970. All I can tell you is it's in very early 1970s.
Yeah. Charles says, I think we're all off the beaten track, guys. This is a movie channel. We move all over the place, but we do.
It does say ask us anything.
We do go all over.
You can ask us whether we like Frey Brentos corned beef.
And we normally almost have a food section every week. Food pops up always, I think, in some form or other. And then Sai says, I watched Art Eyes. Oh, yes, yesterday. It's a fun slasher. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. I've heard about that. I definitely would love to see that one.
I think
Yeah.
think. Did you see that? Talked about that the other day.
Yeah. I think I'd definitely like to see it. It just sounds like, as he said, a fun slasher. That's it. Yeah.
Oh no, he talked about a film called I Heart Willie or something.
I don't know. I have not heard of that one.
Yeah.
And James says, I regret not getting that amazing Monty Python circus set from Network. Oh, yeah. Network. I bet you can get it now, but I bet it's extremely expensive. I just checked. It's eye level. It is like I said, Van der Volk. Yeah. There we are. Yeah. With regard to Art Eyes, I thought the trailer gave too much away, so we'll wait until it streams. Yeah, it'll probably pop on streams for not that long now. Steve Moore says, I just recently bought a Jan Hammer greatest
Jan Hammer
greatest hits CD, which is good. You get a lot of tracks on there that he did for the Miami Vice.
Yeah,
TV
it's got a picture of him on the front with a sort of like a TV set or something to the right. I've got the same thing.
Yeah.
And obviously it came out at a time where Crockett's theme and all that sort of stuff, which is from Miami Vice, was on there.
Yeah.
And it also had a lot of other stuff on there, but
Yeah.
Crockett's theme was well riffed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Around that time.
Yeah. Right. And then we've got Stu Moore says, I recently bought every Jean-Michel Jarre, Kraftwerk, Yellow Magic Orchestra. Oh, crikey, yeah, Yellow Magic Orchestra. And Tangerine Dream CDs. Quite a few cheap off Music Packed By and the World of Books, and also eBay.
You've mentioned all the things that I buy, which is Jean-Michel Jarre, Kraftwerk,
I haven't got any Yellow Magic Orchestra. I should get some of theirs.
I'll tell you, ever since I heard Rydeen, which is their famous track from the Yellow Magic Orchestra, which was the first synthesized use of a recording of a horse galloping.
Yeah.
Right. Ever since that came out, I've loved that Yellow Magic Orchestra. Right.
Yeah.
But all of those ones I love. Right. But I never find them cheap. They're always bloody expensive.
Oh.
I've never found cheap Jean-Michel Jarre and Kraftwerk, and they're always bloody expensive.
Yeah. Kraftwerk.
So Stephen Mould, I am dead jealous of you because you probably bought more than I have in all the years that I've ever bought, and you probably bought it bloody cheaper. So thanks very much for depressing me, you bum.
Well, I've got a couple of Kraftwerk albums. I don't think they were that expensive, but I think they were about a tenner, something around about. I paid
That's
for
what
each.
I mean. He's talking about World of Book prices.
That'll be much better.
I'm going every time I want to buy something, it's bloody 10 or 15 quid.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, well, because that's giving a spoiler away what I've got coming up soon on my channel. Some CD arrivals that I got from World of Books. A question: favorite film set at sea on water?
Well, at Waterworld, I'll tell you that. Bloody Kevin Costner's Waterworld. Do you remember during COVID? That must have been on every day on flipping Dave Television or whatever it was. It was like shown twice a week. And it was on every week for around about 14 weeks.
Yeah.
Drove me potty. And yet, I would flip through the channels and I'd watch it again. What is that all about?
What's your favourite film then?
Oh, sea or on water? I don't. It's probably going to be something like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea or something like that. Sea or on water. Come back to me, but we have to hurry up quick.
Yeah, I'm just going to say A Night to Remember. One of the Titanic films. Lots to listen to and not a lot of time.
I do apologize. By the way,
Stephen
people, I do
Moss,
apologise that I'm having to
movies.
try and cut
Deep
this short.
Rising is a good one, Jamie.
Sorry,
Oh,
Ian. I
Voice-
was just going to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry that if I'm cutting everything short, it's just that I do have to go to
Okay.
work. You see,
I
that's all.
understand totally. Don't worry. I'm trying to read through. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Yeah, there's an original film, of course. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. I forgot about that one.
That's, by the way, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea is being remade along with Time Tunnel and everything. It's coming out this year.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll not.
So there's Land of the Giants, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, and Time Tunnel. They're all coming back.
Stephen Wells says Death Ship starring Richard Crenna is a good film. Right. And Juggernaut starring Richard Harris. That not been out that long ago, has it? I think there was a steelbook of Juggernaut. I seem to remember somebody showing it. Tony says Death Ship. George Kennedy is good in that. And the girl from Chitty, I presume you mean Chitty Bang Bang. I'm trying to find the next bit. To that. Anyhow, I'll just carry on. I can't find it. Yeah. Charles Duncan, I've just been gifted a sci-fi box set, still shrink wrapped. The Cylons, Any Good Guys. Is it that Cylons? Is that the ones from
Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that probably is, isn't it? And it depends which version of the Battlestar Galactica.
No, he said, I've just been gifted a sci-fi box set, still shrink wrapped.
Cylons. I think
let me look that up because I'm not sure I've seen that.
But it could be one that they've put together as a Battlestar Galactica. Possibly the one with Lord Green.
The Cylons TV show.
Was the TV show?
The only thing that's come up is Battlestar Galactica, the old series, the new series, and Caprica.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Caprica, one season of that, and it got cancelled.
There is a film called Night of the Cylons.
Yeah. And
otherwise, I can't see one called the Cylons.
Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. I don't know. Sony says just got the new Juggernaut release, another to get round to.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure you'll get round to it, you bastard.
Is it the silence from Battlestar Galactica, Charles? Yeah, that's what he's mentioned. Yeah, that's what we said. Oh, Triangle is a good Groundhog Day horror movie set on a ship. Brilliant choice. I love that. It's a great film with Triangle. I love it. I love the
paragraph. It was a mini-series, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was, but the film is really a good sci-fi.
It was on BBC over the bank holiday, I remember.
Was it? Okay. Right. Charles Duncan says, yes, Tony. And then Tony Hawk says, never got into it, but I've heard good things about it. I knew this one. North Sea Hijack is a personal favourite. Set at sea. Perkins, Moore, and Mason in the same film. What a great cast. I'm trying to hurry up now, otherwise I'm getting... Charles Duncan, it's on my watching list soon, Tony. Brilliant. The Final Countdown. Oh, yeah, of course. Kirk Douglas. Great film. Set on water. Time travel. That's a good one, Si. More being very un-PC to the ladies. Yeah, I can imagine. One. I think the worst film set at sea has to be Speed 2. It pops up all the time. Not even William Defoe could save that film.
Don't tell Playtendo guy that.
Yeah, I know he likes it. Si says, Tony Hawk, I remember renting it now and then on VHS. 88 Films did a good Blu-ray release of it, Si, not too long ago. Si says, guess what I'm looking for after the stream? Is that what we've just been talking about? Yeah. And Tony says, laughing. Yeah, Ian, I'm live in Scarborough and I'm from York, a great city. Of course, York, beautiful city. Absolutely wonderful. One of the best historical places in Britain. Charles Duncan, Ian and Del My ear is bad. I suffer from white noise, very loud hissing in my ears. They give me 2 hearing aids. It makes the hissing louder when I take them out. Oh, that must be awful.
Sounds like a really weird form of tinnitus. I can imagine how bad
Yeah,
that is.
it is. Yeah.
You know how it is when you've got an annoying distraction always there.
Yeah, my son suffers for that. He has to have,
is it tinnitus or tinnitus? I can never
tinnitus. He has to have like this sort of music at night played. It's sort of like ambient kind of music, Discordian.
Yeah, anything that, because if you shut your eyes and you're in the room and it's silence, it's almost like there is a noise that's constantly there, like the air is a musical instrument or something. It's weird. It's weird to explain.
That's what he does anyhow, and it must help him. I love the Bubble Men in Stingray the best. Oh, right.
That's an underwater show.
Yeah. Never got into Jerry Sanderson apart from UFO, Charles, Tony says.
I love Space 1999. You can't turn around and say that was bad.
Charles Duncan, they have been filming a new series of The Royal. Oh, right. I've never seen the first one, but
they can make it as much as they want. I won't be watching it.
Is it still set in the 60s? Was that his gimmick then?
Probably.
20th Century Gaming. Hello, lads. Now, what's that?
We've already answered it.
Oh, smart. Yeah, carry on screaming. Yeah. Fenella, what's her name? I forgot the last name.
It's just I didn't want him to hang around waiting.
Anyhow, thank you for coming in. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Tony, I used to watch Jess Yates on Sunday. Oh my God, he's got a lot of scandal about him. Paula Yates's awful dad. Delboy's Sundays were like that. That's what he's saying.
I wait to heaven.
Yeah. Late 60s,
Songs
Tony,
of praise.
YouTube somewhere. Tony filming and making it, Tony. I'll have a look, Charles. And then here it is, Fenella Fielding. I just tried to remember. Kids to wake at 7 a.m. Oh, dear. Passenger 57 with Elizabeth Hurley. Yeah.
Because remember, I was talking about Wesley Snipes, and I think it was called Passenger something or other.
Yeah. Let's see. Juliet Lewis fell in love in What's Eating Gilbert Plum. Oh, right.
Juliet Lewis. Well, the thing that I remember her from is all of the sort of like Oliver Stone type stuff, like Natural Born Killers and that.
Yeah.
What's that one with the vampires and that? The one with George Clooney and Tarantino. From Dusk Till Dawn.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
That to me is Juliet Lewis.
Yeah. Oh yeah, do you remember what I remember? He says, I remember Ghost Watch. Someone killed themselves after watching it.
Oh, I'll tell you what Juliet Lewis is good in. I'll tell you what Juliet Lewis is good in, and that's Cape Fear.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. That was a big story when that Ghost Watch was transmitted, because people did think it was real. They thought it really was. Even though it did make it quite clear, you could tell that it wasn't eventually. Do any of you watch Mark Commode reviews or listen over the decades? Also, who is your favorite film reviewer from the past? I'll just go quickly. Barry Norman, and I do watch some of his reviews, but I must admit I like him, but I don't seem to keep up to date with Mark Commode. I watch him sometimes, but Barry Norman used to be a regular that you'd watch on TV, film 77, 78, etc., etc.
But you said bloody quick.
Yeah. No, it is. I've done it. I rushed as quick as I could. Yeah. Go on.
Right. Yes, exactly the same. Barry Norman, you can't fault him. Although I did as a kid also like Clapperboard and Screen Test.
Yeah.
And Mark Commode, I find it very easy to keep up with them because I'm subscribed to the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But I tend to find I don't watch or listen to their stuff even on YouTube until I've seen the film.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do find sometimes that Mark Commode can be very negative.
Yes.
And I don't like that before
Yeah.
going into a film.
Yeah.
So if I've just bought the film on Blu-ray, I'll then go back to the Mark Commode list and hear what he said about it.
I can have a different opinion, definitely, to him. I don't agree with all that he does.
But I used to listen to him on radio. I used to listen to him on Radio 5 and Radio 4 and all that. They used to be on there before they moved over to YouTube, which is what a lot of people did. They got old. Simon Mayo, he got old. They didn't want him on radio anymore. They shifted them to YouTube.
That's right. Yeah. Tony says, I've seen Mark Commode occasionally. Used to watch Barry Norman regularly. Yeah, Barry Norman, he was just a regular that you watched. Charles Duncan, Tony, I can't find the new Royal, the making of. I wonder if it's been taken down for copyright. Could be. I don't know. Andy says, Dark Angel is a film of its time. Not great. James Cameron produced Dark Angel TV show was good with Jessica Alba. Oh, I loved it, but they didn't carry on. They left it on a terrible cliffhanger, and we never know what happened to her. Oh, yeah, that was. Yeah, I enjoyed that series, but it was inevitable, I suppose. Charles Duncan, Richard Baker, the Blue Peter guy. He was the one with the cocaine. Richard Bacon. Tony says, yes, they do that sometimes, Charles. Xenomorph, all day long, great design.
That's sci-fi monster.
Yeah. Al from 2001 is a great sci-fi monster.
He's done that. He's done that to annoy you.
Peter Duncan had to leave because the BBC found out he had been in porn films as well. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I knew
the guy who took the cocaine.
It was a soft porn scene.
Right. Okay.
If I remember rightly.
Yeah. It wouldn't have gone down well at Blue Peter, would it?
Well, because it has to be whiter than white Blue
Peter.
Don't
mention 2001 in front of Ian. No, it's yes. Don't mention it. I take it he's no relation, Charles. No. Some Doctor Who casts have been in saucy things after Doctor Who. The last member, Jodie Whittaker, topless. Was she topless?
Well, we know Jo Grant was in topless. She was topless with a Dalek, weren't she? So.
I didn't know Jodie Whittaker. I didn't think Jodie Whittaker would have been topless, but there we are. I don't know. Tony, I've been looking in the wrong places, child. Not seeing that now. Tony, £35.74 per month for BT broadband 2-year contract. Yeah.
For which after 6 months they'll say that they have to regularly put it up by 4% to keep
they will,
inflation and blah, 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 blah.
Andy says, I've been with Sky 5 years, then Vodafone 3 years, now with BT. I'm paying now £32 a month. So I'd say that's probably, I think that's probably about standard.
Not average 32.
Yeah. I think that would be about average. You're not being overdone, but you're not being underdone. Just type Jodie Whittaker topless and see it comes up, Tony. Not guaranteed, Tony. Everybody's looking now for topless pictures. Google.
Well, I don't need to see a couple of bee stings. Thanks very much.
Have you found it, Tony? Yes, he's still looking. I did sales on telephone for 2.5 years. I know how it works. It's all about the data and numbers,
which is why I was talking about the JX board and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
They're all around when I was doing support. So.
He says, yes, but don't tell anyone, Charles. So you have been having a look then, I think. Yeah. The Melissa Gilbert from Little House is harder to find, Tony. Topless. Everybody's looking up topless, but it's there. Topless actresses. Oh, Charles, you're an expert at this. Tony, it's not a hobby. I've just come across them. Yeah. I believe you, Charles. Thanks, Tony. Time to go now, guys. See you next week. Thank you, Charles, for joining us as always.
Thank you so much, Charles.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Tony says, good night, Charles. All the best. See you, Miles. I love crumpets as well, Ian. And potato cakes. Yeah, potato cakes. I love them both. Yeah. Wonderful stuff. Charles Duncan, thanks, Tony. And muffins are okay. Yeah, I like muffins. Yeah. They're nice. Lovely. I love tasting waffles as well with a bit of syrup. Yeah, nice. Night, Charles. Speak to you next week. Sai says, Sim Malls, I have golden syrup on toasted waffles. That lovely. Lovely. What a combination. Sim Malls, Cy Robson, yes, Cy, so tasty. Charles Duncan, right, Cy. Get well soon, mate. Yeah. Charles Duncan, see you, Charles. Charles Duncan, yeah, see you, Steve. Muckman Movies. Good night, chaps. Off to bed now. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. Good night. Take care.
Yeah, buddy.
And then Steve Moles, Muckman Movies, night, Jamie. Tony, night, Jamie. Charles Duncan, see you, Muckman. Cy says, night, Muckman. And Sai says, I always remember Russell Arty presenting film before Barry Norman did. Yeah, I know. Russell Arty, that's taking it back. Yeah. I don't think Barry Norman liked Steven Seagal films. He always gave them shit reviews.
Yeah, too right.
Andy, what are your thoughts on the trailer for the new Doctor Who season? I'm not going to lie, I'll watch it. However, I'm not excited. When it said something about an intergalactic song competition, I heard somewhere mentioned, I thought, oh, yeah, typical that we're going to have singing and dancing and, oh, please, said it all, done it. Good night, all, Tony says. And Sai says, nighty night, guys. And we've got to the end. Steve Moore says, good morning at Tony York. Thank you. And thank you, everyone. Stephen as well. Thank you.
And I've just got one question for Ian.
Yeah.
If you're not going to do, right, a video for Wee Bob Art on the top 6 films to take on a desert island, could you name now your number 1 for sci-fi, action adventure, comedy, bank robbery, mafia?
Oh, crikey.
Nostalgic and off the wall, not known.
Okay,
now,
so
I already know nostalgic is chitty chitty. This is going to be very easy because it's chitty chitty.
So,
and all that.
Sci-fi film, you're going to ask me, aren't you? And
yeah, sci-fi.
If you have to pick them all, that has to be the most difficult one, really. But what I'll do is go for something different. You expect me to say Blade Runner? And you actually
you could just go to his channel and just write it down if you want.
Yeah, the Time Machine.
I was just thinking to save yourself doing a video or
the Time Machine.
You could say it in this stream.
Yeah, the 1960 was a great year, as we all know. Anyhow, what was the next one?
Oh, I've put it away now. I thought you weren't doing it.
Sorry, I was doing it. I did the Time Machine.
So sci-fi, you're not doing Blade Runner? Bloody hell! All right.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd just give a change.
Adventure.
Action adventure. Oh, crikey.
Indiana Jones, Die Hard. What
Yeah, I'll put Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
All right. Comedy.
Let's see. Kind Hearts and Coronets.
Okay. Bank robbery / mafia.
Godfather, without a doubt. Great.
Nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Well, you said nostalgic.
Well, it's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, isn't it?
Yeah, you put that down because you know how much I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Off the wall film, i.e., not known.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, not well known. You know, a not well known film that you.
Well, I know I've said it. I've keep mentioning it in this thing, but I don't think Millennium's well known, and I love
There you
Millennium. Yeah.
So all I'm saying to you guys is, if you want to know what my top ones were, I've done a little video on.
Yeah.
Wee Bob Art is asked a community question. If it goes well, he's going to ask a community question every month. Wee Bob Art, he's a great bloke.
Yeah.
If you can, try and watch his channel. Like I say, he will teach you how to draw. He basically is an artist. He's got a great channel. He's a great friend. He's a great friend and a supporter of Ian and myself.
Yeah, he is a great one. Yeah. Andy's is sci-fi Blade Runner, sci-fi fantasy Star Wars, fantasy Lord of the Rings, action adventure Raiders, Lost Ark, comedy Duck Soup. Now that's an interesting one.
Some of those weren't even subjects.
Yeah.
You've got action adventure. You got bank robbery mafia. You got nostalgic. Where does fantasy?
I must admit, when you said mafia, Casino was pretty close. It's either Casino or Godfather.
That's what I went.
Yeah. And Mainmeister is in. Evening, boys, before you head off. Thank you, Mainmeister.
Yeah, we were just about to go. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah. It is quite late. So
I just think that it's nice that we support Wee Bob. He's not here today.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be nice just to have it at the end.
He is a good guy. He is. Yeah.
Yes, and like I said, I did my top 6. They're in my mine a bit predictable, I suppose, but
yeah,
yeah,
that's why I know it's like I know Blade Runner is perhaps one of the greatest sci-fi films, if not even, and it's beyond a sci-fi film, but sometimes you just want to put something a bit different down.
Well, if you listen, I turned around and said, look, all of my films are like babies. They're my children.
Yeah.
How can I turn under science fiction? How can I narrow it down to one? For God's sake.
Yeah.
And when it comes to comedy, everybody knows I love Laurel and Hardy and that, but
I've got
to at some point turn around and go, do you know what? I love Billy Wilder, and to be quite honest, Some Like It Hot is probably my favorite,
and all that stuff. Yeah.
And like you say, you have to sometimes do something off the wall. Now, when it came to nostalgia, there is so many. There's Willy Wonka. There's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. There's all of those films like To the Center of the Earth. All those Doug McClure type films. You know, the ones At the Earth's Core and the Land That Time Forgot.
You could just carry on and on.
Right. So I chose one that I wanted, which was Fly to the Doves, but there's no trailer for it. So I chose my second best, which is The Amazing Mr. Blunden.
Yeah.
And it's because that's what I watched as a kiddie, with my sister.
I would put, Railway Children. I forgot about that.
See, the Railway Children and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
You could have said Kes.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be. The thing about it is, the nice thing about it is, there's no right or wrong answer.
There isn't. No. I
mean,
even
with that, I am ready to say.
Yeah. The Madman, it's a Madman World. At the time, I remember that as a kid watching that and loving it, even though it's a very long film.
That's got Jack Lemmon in it, I think.
Yeah. Really good film. Anyhow, you're right. You need to be off. So everybody that has been here and contributed, so many of you, thank you for all your support. It's been great. And we'll be back here again next week.
Next
And
week.
Thank you, everybody. Really, seriously, thank you, everybody, for all your support. It's been fantastic. Thank you. And I'll let him do his farewell.
No, we always do, don't we? It's good night from me.
And it's good night from him.
Good night and salute.
Adios, he says here. And he says, and guess what? And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again. End stream.